At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. My name is Alexandra Maya. I will be your host, and this is the first day of playoffs. This contest has been going on online. The Swiss stage is already over, so you need to understand where we are coming from. With that in mind, this is going to be an interesting tournament. Only the top survive, and only the best are on the desk as well. Let's introduce the folks. It is Rudud and the Real of J Real. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you to you, Arshram, as well. You said that these games have been going on online. They've been going on for you. You were broadcasting as many games as you could through the Swiss stage. I know Jay was on duty as well, trying to cast as many of those games. So if you have missed it, there are plenty of VODs for all of the teams that you're going to be seeing today. Go back, catch up. But after today's games, you need to be catching up on in lieu of tomorrow.
Yeah, because it was absolutely insane, right? A lot of Swiss stage, a lot of coverage across the whole NLC. Everyone came out for the ecosystem. They rode out for their teams, and it really has been a success. I gotta say, to kick it all off, Artrum, right? You said we got the best people on the desk. We got the best beards on the desk for sure.
I was looking at that.
Is bearded up. We are ready to play. This is what we're talking about.
I wanted to bring that up. I was like, man, all three of us are just stacking on the beard, man.
Yeah.
It's looking good. Talking about beards and people who have none, Duckling is casting, and Veteran is there as well. How are you doing, folks?
Thank you very much. And look, you see this? You haven't seen me today. That is a bit of a beard, buddy.
Huh.
Like, you can actually see it without me being straight into the cam's face. Like, you have to put some respect on my name. Like, put some respect on that. Like, that's actually crazy,
Veteran,
right?
how
Like,
you
grow a bit of a
doing?
beard. Why are you laughing like that? I thought you would be
No,
proud
I'm
of
just
me.
saying, I'm communicating with Veteran right now as well. I'm giving you props. How are you doing, Veteran? Talk to me.
Okay. Duckling is gonna have to translate anything Optimus is saying because I have no sound of Optimus.
Yeah, so currently... So basically, he asked you how you've been, Veteran.
I've been good. Even better now that I see you, Optimus, and it'll be even better when I can hear you. All right. Luckily, the audience can hear your lovely voice all day, all week, all tournament at Twitch TV NLC.
Thank you so much. Duckling, hey, I don't know if you realize, I brought this specifically for you. You once talked about the beard. I brought a chair for your common sense, but as you can see, it's empty. Let's talk to the desk right now.
That's crazy, bro.
Damn, the quick roast before the leave.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. It's cold. Because Artrum, it's about to get colder though. It's two big teams. It's a big matchup. I'll let you intro it because that's your job. But talk to me, Artrum. Tell me who we have to talk
It
about.
is time to introduce the first teams. Obviously, let's show... I'm thinking about it. Now, let's talk about both teams. It's about Verdant and DMG. Both teams know each other so well. We've seen it on Spring. We've seen it on Summer. Completely new, by the way. And this is something really important that we need to talk and just highlight before we jump into the pre-show. The fact that Aurora Cup allows you to bring new rosters, try new things before you jump into 2025. And how interesting this is, at least in your point of view, both of you. Rudud, let's start with you if possible. Like, how interesting is this Aurora Cup allowing you to just think outside of the box when you're a new team?
Yeah, I mean, I've had the pleasure of at least being a part of the NLC ecosystem for like at least 2 or 3 Aurora Cups now, and every single time without fail, the innovation on rosters is always what catches me by surprise, because a few times in Aurora Cup you'll get the friends rosters where an org will just grab a group of friends and then they'll pull in, oh, I think I'd really like to work with this player, and sometimes that goes really well and they have great games. Sometimes they go, this is why we don't play on a team together, let's just be friends. Now I don't know who that is in any of the organizations, but the beauty of Aurora Cup is that it is that competitive cycle through the winter, which gives teams a chance to just try out players, see what people are thinking, and the rosters that we have today are no exception. We've got a completely re-envisioned roster from both of our sides, so hopefully today we can get to see some of that gelling, maybe not so much on either side as well.
Real, hit me.
It's great, right? Like, obviously, I'm more known in the Div 2 saga. I've been doing a little bit of RPS as well. And it feels very similar to those kind of energies, right? You got people like Sleeper and Carvis repping out their nations, you know, Duckling as well. But, yeah. Anyway, moving on. It is a sentiment where everyone gets to kind of champion their teams. They get to back whoever they've been following throughout the year. And it all comes to a point where actually the NLC Div 1 teams have to sweat a little bit because they don't want to be losing out.
I like that, making them sweat, and we've seen that on Swiss stage. Might as well show you the Swiss stage itself. We had some interesting situations popping up, and this was the result so far. Venom Crest and Verdant went on a 3-0, and then they followed by RGM, Natives, Ruddy, DMG, Lightside, and BFG. In my opinion, I'll give you like the quick to it. I think RGM is such a wonderful team. I'm really excited to see how they play on playoffs. But for both of you, what is the one to watch?
So I'm going to quickly go. The things to highlight are that Nord got immediately eliminated. So Jay
Yes.
talking about the NLC teams. That's one of the things that you need to be a little bit aware of. Also, that our new promotees, Rich Gang, didn't quite manage to make it through either. So just a little note there that only 6 out of the 8 NLC teams actually made it all the way through. Team to watch, I think it's really easy to say Venom Crest, and I'm going to do it. So I'm taking this one first because they have a team pretty much studded with NLC lineup from last split. They've gone undefeated through this Swiss stage and quite literally undefeated as well. I think that they are really top dogs and contenders going through this Aurora Cup.
Yeah, and if I can jump in, I feel like Regem definitely a team to watch out for. Right? I watched them play Rich Gang a little bit earlier on in the Aurora. They were definitely a dangerous team. They definitely want to watch out for. For me, though, my eyes are glued, and I know it's today's game, but on Verdant, right? Because this team so far, even though I feel like they've not necessarily had the hardest schedule to get here, look really solid. And it's brand new team. People in the NLC that know Verdant aren't going to know this Verdant, and I feel like they can bring a whole new flavor to this tournament.
Well, you talked about Venom Crest, we talked about Verdant. Might as well show them on the playoffs that we're going to be watching today. We announced the game itself, Verdant versus DMG, and then we have the other ones. We have 3 more matches moving forward, and then as we go on to the Aurora Cup 24, let's see who wins on the winter split, which is also an interesting split. We talked about it previously, to test and break the barriers. It's still the top of the mountain, it's cold as well, so let's jump with this one, Verdant versus DMG. Hey, J-Real, you were highlighting Verdant, so why should I be looking at Verdant? Why should I care? Give me a reason.
Well, I got quite a few, Archer, I'll be honest, right?
Oh,
This
boy.
team, they're brand new, they're fresh, they've stepped up, they've kind of moved their way in, and I feel like you'll know a couple of these players. It's not like they're absolute nobodies, but they are new together as a team. However, I do say that with a little caveat of 3 of them have played together before. 3 of them were on Orbit and Onimo, and they absolutely smoked it over there in the Polish League, right? They were making things happen in Ultra Liga, and they look to potentially bring that energy straight back here. So Prime, Royson, and also Neramin. I'm sorry if I got the pronunciation slightly wrong. It's a difficult one to pronounce, but they have all looked really strong as a unit together. Now they are brought back together with a couple extra added bits. Some we know a little bit better, like FGG, but we also now have Noodle as well coming in from Anno from the Greek League as well, who has been setting up pretty well, and I feel like this team is gelling really nicely. The macro is good. When they get ahead, they don't lose it, and they get far ahead, Artrom, without even needing to hunt for those kills. They do it in style, they do it crisply, and they do it clinically.
You're talking about those changes, might as well show everybody, not only on one side, but also on the other one. We have the roster changes, if I believe correctly, which is really interesting. And bringing up the fact that we have FGG coming back into this one. For those of you who don't remember, he was part of the JDXL roster when Torok was still actually a really good coach. So yeah, let's keep that in mind. This team can bring something interesting into. I know he's going to be working with us, so I'm just setting up the stage for him. Rooted, what's your opinion on Verdant so far?
Yeah, so I think that Jay highlighted them quite well. They've got a really strong early game, certainly a side that can take advantages, and they've not really looked to lose them. I think that having the 3 core carries working together is something that you can't really have, so it's really invaluable. You can't put a tangible asset on what having that built-in synergy is going to look like. The thing that I want to address is that that's slightly mirrored for DMG as well, as we do get the changes to the roster. So as you can see for Verdant, it is completely different, Arsha.
It is massively. dropping so many of those names. Harbo, X-Drop, and I was such a big fan of X-Drop and Komsky. They played on LPLOL, and then all of a sudden you have to remove them. And now Prime, Noodle, Royson, Neramin, and FGG. On these names, let's be honest, I think they have big names. Do they work well together?
I think that's the beauty of them having played together, is that they clearly think so. And they went 3-0
I like
in the
that.
bracket stage, right? So in the Swiss stage. So I've yet to get the full Verdant experience. Obviously, going back watching games, you can see there's an element there that they're working somewhat together so that they can find wins. Whether they can do it in the playoffs, though, with that Verdant curse slightly looming over their head, we'll have to find out.
I will say, you talk about curses, they also maybe have a little luck charm as well, because FGG won last year's Aurora with Fourth Wall. So there is a little glimmer, there's like a little hope, you know, maybe that can just pierce through the curse that is crumbling.
I was going to highlight that, and not only that, but if this team likes to play aggressively, as you stated out, J-Real, having FGG, his champion pool is ridiculous on, I want to be on your face. I want to get level 2, level 3 maximum. I want to be diving you. I don't really care. This is a madness. I don't know if anyone from home knows FGG or the way he looks. When you look into the personality, the character, you're like, this seems like a calm, reasonable person. He's not. He's not even close. So level 2, level 3, expect him to go ham. And not only him, but the rest of the team as well. So each individual is able to build some sort of powerhouse without forcing kills. I've heard this before. Is this real? Because that is interesting.
It is real from what I've seen. Like, I watched a few of their games back. They definitely just look very, very composed. And it's like, I'm watching the game and I'm like, okay, not a lot's happening. And I notice I'm like, okay, quiet game. And then I look at the gold and I'm like, 5,000 gold, 50. Where did they get the gold? It's almost like they're printing money, Artrom, in the Rift, but they're not. They're somehow just making it happen. They have really good macro. They're really strong. And as you said, FGG's strong in the bot lane, likes to get aggressive. Well, Prime in the top side is also willing to make those riskier plays as well. So I feel like this team has a lot of threats. They may not go for all of the kills they want, but they definitely can make some happen.
I like that, because if you bring FGG to bring that aggressiveness, and those top, not only the top laner but the jungler as well, are capable of providing those early plays, it means that FGG might be roaming a lot in this map, allowing the AD carry to take that solo experience as well. So if you're not paying attention to that, if you're playing on the MG and you're not ready for that, since we're looking at a 3-0 team versus a 3-2 team, it might fumble really fast. Even though this is the best of 5, keep that in mind. Rooted, what is the way out of this?
So for DMG, I think it's good. We should bring up the roster change graphic as well, if we can, just so we can see the little bits of changes that were made there. Importantly, there are 2 changes made. So again, there's a 3-man core for DMG, like we've talked about for Verdant in their 3 carries. This time for Verdant on bot lane, bits at Scatter X. Really nice. They had summer built into this Aurora Cup. However, lost for me, who was their superstar player. They lost Boot. So that feels like as good for why they've actually gone to that 3-2.
There was a little lag on your voice, specifically when you talked about Bucci. I understand his name brings a lot of load. He's always just the highlight. We saw him playing on Aurora Cup as well, and he was talking about that idea, the fact that he wants to play versus DMG, and he had a lot of fun playing versus DMG. It's Bucci, we know that. But I highlighted something for Verdant. I'm going to make the same question for both of you. They have good names. Bitsis, Katerot, Namex, you know them. The other 2 are still building up as well. But do they work well together? That's my question, because we're looking on a 3-2 team. So what is the difference between Verdant and GMG so far in playstyle, if possible?
I think I'll take this one first. It's difficult because now maybe I've just watched an unfortunate tape for them, right? But I watched their last game, their last one to qualify against 6 AM, and I was just a little bit underwhelmed by how much they were able to get off the early game, right? Now, I have been informed that the macro is just really good for 6 AM, right? So maybe there's just a world where they just weren't able to kind of pick up the wins over that kind of same play like we did see from Verdant, but they were able to get a lot of kills, and they were very good with their hands. So I do feel like this team, it gives that energy of like, you know what, DMG, they may not be exactly clinical, exactly exactly by the book, but they are dangerous. And they are also willing to make those proactive plays. They're not scared. They're confident. They're definitely good in a team fight. And I feel like they definitely could threaten Verdant, because the one thing I will say about Verdant is if they get behind, they could be in trouble. And DMG, I definitely believe, have the confidence to at least go for those early moves.
Building off of what you're saying, Jay, right, talking about the fact that their macro wasn't necessarily always there. If they're still winning games, you know what means was there? It was that micro. It was the hands check capability that they've clearly still got. We've seen Scatterot pop off in games. We've seen Namex have pop-off performances, not just last split, but splits gone by as well when he was in the NLC previously. So there's plenty of tape for why these players can just hands check. And if it comes down to it in a position where Verdant give them an opportunity on even footing, we really can't count them out.
I like that idea. It's not only about the macro, but the micro on these names. We know they know how to play. So on the 3-2 and the 3-0 teams, my question is, I was taking a peek at not only like the champions for all the team, but when you look at Bitsit, he really likes to play with the Viper. He likes that early aggression, providing the lanes with that advantage. I think you brought that up, Jay Real, when we were talking about both teams. The fact that it's not about getting the kills. It's about making sure that kills exist and there's any sort of lead. Even if I burn the flash or something, that's a lead. So Jay, really believe both junglers will clash against each other and they will be pivotal for the beginning of the game?
I do wonder how much they're going to clash or how much they're going to be like ships in the night, because I think it depends on the game plan, right? If they're both playing to one side, they're going to see each other all day, every moment they wake. But I do feel like there's also a world where, you know, it's kind of a trade of the map, right? One's taking top side, one's taking bot side. We've seen it from Verdant. They like to go for the grubs a lot. It is also a big neutral objective energy from DMG as well. They're taking 4 dragons in a lot of games, you know, so I do wonder if maybe that's actually how we're going to split up the map, where it goes top side for Verdant, bot side for DMG. Will the junglers see each other? I do wonder. I'm also a little bit worried about the champion pool, because now look, I've been on many a cast. Rudu's heard this from me before. I'm a bit of a Vi hater, right? You know, I feel like the champion can kind of get outclassed a lot, and I do wonder, like, if I look over at the other page, right? Udiz, Ivans, Volibear, like, I don't know if Vi is going to stand up. So in a way, I'm kind of hoping for Bitse that they are playing that ships in the night. They're not going to cross too much, because if they do go head to head, maybe Bitse could be a bit of a disadvantage.
I want to again build on what you said there, Jay, in that if we do end up splitting the map, it's going to be DMG, I feel, personally playing very heavily toward that top side. I look at their new top laner, Menin Kane. We didn't really get too much of a chance to highlight him, but former Riven Aurelia 2-trick and a very aggressive top laner, right? So one of those play styles where you're going to play fighters, a style of top lane that creates volatility, a very swingy lane where if I die once, my game's over type thing. And those are the types of top laners that then go, I need my jungler here for this wave crashing. I need my jungler here for that, right? There's going to be that onus on Bitse to play toward that top side. And I think in particular when we're looking at Namex as well, Arsha, you brought this up. Namex has been relatively comfortable on a weak side, playing a Jhin, for example, just something that we know is going to have agency in the late game through the kit that it has. And even just looking back through the sum of odds, Namex, again, a player relatively self-sufficient, with Bitse being able to probably split that map either top side or bot side, depending on what they're playing. There's that opportunity for either ships in the night, or there's the opportunity to see, actually, hold on, Noodle is feeling like he wants to fight this game, so let's just do it.
Okay. I get the entire imprint of both teams, and we didn't make any sort of predictions on the social media and all that, so let's make them live. I want scores and who's gonna win and why from both of you. I've been handing you first, Jay Real, so let's make it fair, dude.
Nice. Okay, so I think that Verdant are actually going to take this. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0, unfortunately, for Verdant, but I do think that DMG might be able to steal away a game. I'm going to go 3-2. 3-1 is the coward's answer, so I'm going to go 3-2.
Okay, 5 games. I like that. To start this off, let's go, Jay Real.
Okay, I was going to go for 3-1, but now that's the coward answer. I don't want to do this anymore. Because I was going to say, I was even going to go as far to say I think DMG get game 2, right? I think that Verdant will win game 1, DMG would get game 2, and then Verdant will clear 3 and 4. But, you know what? Let's throw away. Let's throw away that. Let's double down. It's 3-0 Verdant. They're coming in today. They're going to slam the rift. They're going to win the game. And that's what I'm predicting.
Nobody goes for DMG, man. Nobody goes for DMG.
What do you mean? That's your prediction, Marsha. What's yours?
Prediction. I think Venom Crest is going to... No, I'm kidding.
Venom Crest?
You're just predicting the tournament.
Yeah. I said that. While I was doing Smith's stage, I was like, I only see 2 teams winning, but I might get surprised. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the coward's way. Someone has to say the number 3-1 for Verden. Somehow, I still believe Verden is gonna take this one. It's really hard. It's really complicated to give it to DMG, but keep in mind that DMG surprised us in Summer Split. Everybody was like, yeah, the UNG is not going to make anything, and they surprised us a lot during Summer Split. So with that in mind, and I heard something really cute. J-Real, you were talking about Udyr.
Yes.
And he appeared during Swiss stage. He did. It was not pleasant, but he did appear. So before we jump into pick and ban, apparently you were just a few seconds away from it. What are the champions that I should be expecting the most? Please don't bring Udyr with Leandris to the channel, please.
Yeah, I do think that Udyr is definitely a shout. I kind of hope that's not where Verden go again, because, well, I honestly don't think that was actually the issue with the draft. I think there were a couple of other pieces that didn't necessarily gel. I think that Volley Bear was a really good pick for Noodle. I really want to see the Bear in action. Bring the Thunder, bring the Storms. I'm expecting, especially from Verden, ADCs in the mid lane, because like they play a little bit Tristana, a little bit Ahri as well. But will they change their mind when we see Scatrot on things like the LeBlanc? You know, that's kind of what I'm keeping my eye on. I thought that mid is going to be the most volatile of the lanes, where I thought we might get a little bit of craziness. But if I am going to pick one pick that I think is going to be in this game, I think it's going to be Renekton.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a curveball. Rudu surprised me.
I'm going to go to the other end of the map. I'm going to say the Leona. FGG played 3 out of 5 games on it last, or through Aurora. It kind of fits the FGG playstyle that we've been highlighting, right? This sociopathic, in-your-face, get all 3 spells, leave the lane kind of playstyle. And I think that Leona is definitely something to look out for. Going into any game versus Bitzer, you touched on the Vi. I think Jarvan is also a really valuable pick. So if you're going to take an early AD carry that's immobile, you need to be banning away Jarvan, or you need to be planning some sort of answer to how you're going to get your AD carry out of that Cataclysm, be it Thresh or be it Cosmic Insight and the Flash Key. You have to kind of wait and see. I do really like the point that J-Real made, though, about Scatterot's champ pool, in the sense that he's actually been playing really, really carry-oriented. So things like LeBlanc, like Syndra, like Talia, maybe less so, but the fact that he's been opting into the hyper mages, ones that can really be 9 again. But I'm lagging horribly.
We're losing you. We're losing Rudud. We're losing Rudud.
You got the point.
Okay.
Scatterot, pick good champions.
I got the pick. I got the points. My other follow-up question, since we're just waiting for a few more seconds for the teams. Teams just need to get the art and just go into the champion select. Why is Duckling struggling so hard to grow proper beard?
Maybe Danish genes.
Yeah.
Right?
I was going to say, I was initially thinking, I was like, oh, maybe the cold, because like obviously like in terms of things like skin healing and stuff, it's always better in the heat. But actually, Viking Scandinavians categorically have really good beards, and actually climate-wise, it would make sense to have more facial hair. So I don't know what the excuse is, really. You know, like
maybe he's lying to
Danish.
us.
He's not Danish after all.
That's interesting. I was going to say maybe he's like just turned 14 or something, and that's like that's why, because the baby face is there, and this is like the first growth that he's got coming in. That seems to make more sense, because he's unapologetically Danish, and nobody would lie about that.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's my theory anyway.
He's 14.
Yeah, he's actually 14.
Now, who is the MVP of today? If you had to guess, who's going to be the MVP of today in today's matches? Oh, that's a long,
no, it's okay.
reply from Duckling.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm on air. I'm a working professional who doesn't see what Duckling's saying in the off-air chat. All right, I'm going with a big Noodle MVP. I think Noodle's, if I'm predicting a 5-game super banger, right, I'm predicting Noodle is the MVP because he will be the reason that the game ends in all 5 games. He will have either won the game or lost the game for Verdant in all 5 games.
Okay. Love it. You got to give me a name.
Oh, it's tough. I think I'm going to have to go with Prime. I don't know what it is. Like, Prime hasn't even played, like, these big carries or anything. He's played, like, Jax, Gragas, and Renekton in the last series that they played. And, like, I don't know what it was, but the Gragas Renekton games, he was just ready. Like, it's like if this guy smells a little bit of an opening, any blood in the water, he's just immediately on it and threatening. And I feel like that could be a massive win con, especially considering how much we talked about how Menencane really likes to be on those bruises, on those carries. So if he does get shot down by a Prime, it could be an absolute landslide.
I like that. And since all of us went for Verdant on this prediction, all of us, and I think even the casters would agree with that, there's still something we need to bring up. I saved this for last, just to be like the spice, the cherry on top of the cake. The fact that it's Verdant.
Ah, yes.
By itself, it could say something.
I mean, it's a great talking point. If we want to delve into it, it's also a great standalone point, as just to say this organization has, in times gone by, flubbed in games that are particularly important. Now, in fairness, I think that for the quarterfinals, they've typically had the wits about them, right? It's normally when it gets to, unfortunately, championship days that those gripes tend to set in a little bit more.
I will say also, just on the struggle of winning against a big team, right? I will say this was also why I put DMG as like lesser favorites in this game for me, and why I think Verdant will win, because DMG have also played against 2 other NLC teams. Now, given it is the first and second seed from the NLC, they are very dangerous, but they lost both, right? It wasn't necessarily like super close with them. They didn't manage to get a win out of either of them, and they only beat teams from other regions or the wildcard teams to get here. So I am also a little bit skeptical of their power against the bigger teams, and I do wonder, even though Verdant are ranked below them, whether Verdant will also be another powerhouse that they just can't match.
I like that. On DMG's side, we've been seeing them grow exponentially as we move on. On Spring Split, they showed something, and then on Summer, they showed something completely different. And now they're struggling a little bit on the Winter. So if history should repeat itself, it should be DMG powerhousing through this, just believing on their own talent, on developing the scene as well, the community, not all of a sudden just destroying Verdant. Is this something we can expect, or we have to be realistic?
I think there's an element of being realistic. Obviously, I've predicted 5 games. I think there's going to be, in my head, this could be our own reincarnation of the FlyQuest series, where everybody's going in and it's like, oh, it's a 3-0. It's so easy for Gen G. Like, they should, surely they'll win. Maybe not quite the same highs and lows of comparative skill level, let's say, and how many people think that Verdant would win this quite so easily. But it definitely would be an upset for me if DMG take this series, and I think that it's an important point to make about the organisation of DMG as well, because start of this year they came in with some really big swings, just putting in teams into the majority of those grassroots scenes, trying to build up a roster for the majority of those ERL or for the Nordic leagues, and make sure that they are a part of the NLC ecosystem. The fact that they make it to this top 8 is also really exciting for them. Having made top 4 in the playoffs, just in summer, an organization that has gone from strength to strength, and hopefully through the winter split it can continue for another top 4.
Yeah,
is he down there? Oh, tell me. To
add on to that as well, I do think the expectations are to go towards Verdant. However, it's not to say we don't want to see it, right? DMG, don't let us think that because we're not predicting you, we don't want to see some great games from you, right? If DMG win, that's also a great day. I just want to bang this series. That's really all I want from this. And also, when we talk about these two teams, right, they come from the upper echelon of who's in this tournament, right? They are the heavyweights of this tournament. And as in heavyweight boxing, right, one punch is all you need to make it count, right? One big moment can really change everything, and I do feel like even though DMG are not favorites, upsets do happen.
That's hot. When you look down there, technical pause, have a break, have a Kit Kat, and that means that we're taking a little bit longer to start the series. So obviously we can toss it to break, but we're not going to do that. I want to see the bracket again. Because
keeping everyone on their toes.
Might as well talk about everything that we can. I know Duckling and the Statics that are on hold if we need to, but let's look into the other cities as well.
Wait, Arsharam, can I steal you? I'm going to do your job for a second. I'm going to pose you a question.
Do it.
You watched more Swiss stage and streamed more Swiss stage than probably a lot of people, and probably a lot of the people watching at home. What were your takeaways from the Swiss stage that you can put onto these teams, any of these teams on this graphic?
Oh,
free reign to talk about Swiss.
Can I be as blunt as possible?
As blunt as broadcast will allow. That's all you.
Obviously. Okay. So, on my name, I think Venom Crest might take it on. They look extremely good. This is like a revamped team that, in my opinion, they could actually pick this team and work around it until Spring Split of 2025 and redo what they did in Summer Split. I think they can work with this team. This is an amazing team, and somehow they click really well together. I don't even think we've seen the entire power of Venom Crest like Frieza Saga. I don't think we've seen the ultimate form of Venom Crest. There's a golden Venom Crest somewhere. So that snake can be extremely dangerous. Let's call it this way. Now, RGM, they surprised me. I was like, who are they? Why? And all of a sudden, I look into the roster and I realize, okay, this team could actually be top 2, top 3 non-stop, like with no issue whatsoever. And I'm talking about these, but I want to go into the sweet take, if possible. Ruddy might lose it on the first round of playoffs, and I'm surprised they make it to playoffs.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
that hot take is going to need an explanation. I'm going to demand one of those.
Okay, so Ruddy did change a lot. They changed a lot, and they kept not the entire roster. And I think they worked so well because they had the roster they had. But as soon as they jumped into the Aurora Cup, I was looking into them and I was like, well, they seem lost. They really don't understand what they want to do inside of the game. It's not like they don't know what to do. It's like they don't know how to work with each other to achieve their main objective. And in my opinion, they're a shadow of what they showed in Summer Split.
And the Ruddy team is a lot of coaches or former coaches, current coaches, if I'm not mistaken, right? They've got Malice on the team, they've got Rako as well. Malice obviously was very briefly, I believe, a part of C9 for a stage. Rako works with the FlyQuest, I believe, on their Challengers team, NZXT, over in NA. So they've got like a lot of competitive know-how just in the new people, because they've still got Built there, they've still got Alaric there, right? So it's not like they've completely rejiggled the roster and just pulled in 5 different players. They've got an element of, wow, okay, we're Ruddy from Summer, we've got these really high IQ players as well that we're bringing in, and they made it to top 8, which is really good, but you're saying they might get knocked out, so that's an interesting take as well.
Because if they lose, it's versus LLS.
I also want to add though, if we look at the bracket, right, like, as in, we don't have to bring it back up, people have already seen it enough, but what I'm saying is that Ruddy and Venom Crest are on the same side of the bracket, right? We will not get a Ruddy Venom Crest finals. That is impossible. It will not be occurring, right? And I'm saying this is the moment, right? This is the moment that, okay, look, okay, Artrum, you're not going to agree with this, right? Because you're Portuguese, right? But English fans know the feeling for RGM right now, because your team is doubted, right? No one thinks that it's coming home, but RGM have an opportunity. They've got an easier way to the finals where they don't have to take on Venom Crest or Ruddy or any of the big names. They've just got to maybe beat Verdant or DMG, and then they can go to the finals. And if they do, I'm saying I'm RGM all the way. It's coming home. That's the energy, you know. That's what I'm thinking right now in this tournament. You know, RGM, they could make it happen for the wildcard regions.
It doesn't look far-fetched. That idea doesn't look that far-fetched. I'm not British, obviously I'm Portuguese, but I can see a world where that might happen. If you tell me like, oh, Ruddy's taking it home, I'm gonna say like, nah, man, nah. But when you put it like that, I'm like, yeah, I can see that happening. Also, I'm building up a story, obviously, because Don Jake is like a professional trash talker. We know that. We know that. He's fluent on that language. So if I'm building this sort of momentum in history for Ruddy, and if they make it, it's even more spicy.
Okay, I like it.
We talked about that Ruddy roster. We talked about Regem themselves. We haven't talked about the roster. They've got Raider, for me, a relatively unknown player. Turkish jungler Schofield, who's been in and around the ERL scene, and then 2 familiar faces. Never mind, we got a game. And this is a great time to mention.
I was waiting for this moment. It's Fearless Draft, so you can see it on the top. If you pick it, you're done. So if you want to bring the best of the best on the first draft, well, haha, sorry, my man. It is Fearless Draft. That's the fun.
Damn, already the Aurora ban. Like, isn't I respect it because like it's a good pick right now. But you know what? It's the Aurora Cup. Surely we get Aurora coming through. Maybe we'll get it a little bit later though, because obviously, as we said, picks are going to start going away. People are going to get a little bit less option, and they will have to start to dip into those champion oceans.
So early on, compulsory red side bans,
Makes sense.
really, it feels like, for Verdant, in Yone being taken away, one of the most OP champions currently on the patch. The Aurora, obviously, Skarner as well, a very high priority jungler, so getting those ripped off the board certainly adds up. Ash, actually a takeaway from Neramin, one of those AD carries who I think has been maybe a little bit slept on for the most part, but definitely an AD carry that is getting the rightful, let's say, priority here.
If you start with the rail, are you asking FGG to bring in a Leona and the Kai'Sa? Because Kai'Sa has to be picked. Like, if you look into the champion pool of an AD carries, you're like, well, Ashe is out, Kai'Sa is so powerful, maybe someone can reply with a Zeri, but might as well bring in the Kai'Sa and the Leona. There you go, that's the standard one.
FGG Leona, no way, who could have seen this coming?
I was so surprised.
This is the beauty of Fearless, though. He gets it for one game, and then they're going to cash in the Leona game early doors. And then we'll see whether or not they can make it work. And DMG here just doubling down on that dive with the Rel already going in. Nocturne certainly adds up. Orianna is an opportunity here if they want to try go Nocturne Ori combos, but we'll have to kind of figure that out. It would be surprising if they don't match AD carry here, given that they see it, but yeah.
Okay. Yep. Well, people have said this, right? We talked about it, or not, we haven't talked about it, but I've seen it a lot on Twitter. People have discussed this so much about Nocturne just not being that good without Orianna, right? They've got the Nocturne, they've got the Orianna, they've got the Rel, they've got a team fight.
So much AoE, that's so much wombo combo in favor of DMG. So both teams are bringing it all on the first game. Keep in mind, if you pick it, you're not allowed to pick it again, at least for your team. So they're wasting all the SS tiers.
Just getting through those picks nice and quickly. The reset, though, start for Noodle. Going for, if they find one kill, try and snowball first. And that slightly alters how I'd like to see them play out these fights. Just hitting the first target, getting that first kill down. They've got a lot of burst, especially with its isolated Akati and Rain on Neramin. They can then find a really early start out to this fight, unless DMG takes something like a tank into that top lane, which again, Men in Kane, very fighter-oriented play style, not expected. I think that Verdant have got themselves a really good start. If they just take a mid laner here with a little bit of single target, they're going to be off to the races in this draft for me.
So you
I'm
wanna
also a little
remove
bit
the AD carries?
surprised.
Tell me.
Yeah, like the AD carries are going to be obviously up for grabs, right? No one has picked, the side of DMG haven't picked anything. Obviously, Kai'Sa already locked in. I will say I'm really shocked about the Viego, right? That was definitely not what I was expecting. Noodle was kind of pitched to me. I spoke to Rev about it, right? Straight from the GLL, seeing this person play all year. He was like, yeah, plays more supportive, likes to get the lanes ahead. So Viego was definitely not in my thoughts, but I'm excited to see it regardless. We are going to see that double ADC banned away, right? The Misfortune, it's been popular. Obviously, fallen off a little bit recently, but with the wombo combo, can you really blame Verdant for banning it?
Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah, you have to take it off. On the other side, the MG, they have to take another mid laner, probably to remove some power from Royson. But what do you bring as an AD carry?
Yeah, okay, so the LeBlanc gets taken away, just getting rid of those mobile mages so that this mid lane duo can try and sync up at level 6. Wouldn't be surprised to see DMG probably just take themselves an Ezreal here. They've got so much dive to play up against on Verdant's side that that element of safety always going to go quite far. That or a Jhin, again, Namex has played a fair whack of it. You're going to get that priority in the late game. You know you're getting agency regardless, and it opens you up to play something on that top side, which is certainly more aggressive, as all three of us triple take the victor that gets locked in.
Who plays this champion anymore? Like a real question. When was the last time we'd seen this champion played? Like, I love it, right? I'm not gonna lie. I really like Victor as a champion. I think he's just cool, but I feel like it's so like niche. And you know what? Maybe that's the secret. Maybe that's the win factor.
So, Cassante blind into that top side for Men in Kane, and this answers the question that I had, right? Unless he takes some, like...
I like how instantly he realizes it. Oh, that's a Draven! Oh boy, obviously you're lagging watching that Draven coming, and that's a hot take. Jax apparently to be picked into the top side to fight off versus Cassante has been picked more and more often recently. But if you want to bring even more power into the team fight, man, this is an explosive game one with the Draven already, J-Real. Oh, the challenge is up. Bonjour. Comment ça
The
va, Gabriel?
Fiora as well, like, yo, Verdant have come out swinging. I told you about Prime. I told you that he's ready to fight. He's ready to make the plays. He's now locked in Fiora. He says we're going to go all the way. Cassante, who? You're not a tank around me. You're going to get sliced. You're going to get diced. You're going to be removed from the lane, and he's not even playing Renekton. And we have Draven, but also it's Namex on Draven, right? Big plays from this player on this champion. It is massive right now from DMG. Both teams have said we are ready to go round one. Let the bell ring.
Well, we already have 144 dudes, so do tell me who's going to win this one.
I really love the DMG draft in that bot side. This Draven pick is really, really solid. It beats both the Kai'Sa and the Leone. You can interrupt the Zenith Blade. You DPS check a Kai'Sa incredibly easily early on with the Rel by your side. The opportunity to engage, the opportunity to snowball is right there. The question becomes, can they get that executed?
I like that. It's all about execution. You have the Draven to cash in, you have the Viego to just reset city. J-Real, who's gonna win this one before we toss it to the casters?
I'm going to give it to Verdant. I just think there's a world where Verdant will get themselves ahead and then no one will be able to stop the split push. Prime is going to be a major piece in the puzzle that will be breaking DMG in game one.
Well, we should break into the game itself as we toss it to the casters. Duckling and Veteran, take it away. Time to start on Auto Cup playoffs.
Thank you very much, Asheram. We are finally here on the casting desk, and I am joined by Veteran, who takes up a lot more of his camera than I take up of mine for some reason. Surely we can get that fixed, right? And
Presence,
I don't know
presence
if I'm
in the game.
Am I here with Mr. Worldwide? You've got flags of 20-something countries.
I have a Polish one in here.
That is way too close. Hello. Where's the Polish flag then?
I have a Polish one in here somewhere, alright? And the reason that I need the Polish flag for this one is because that was a classic Orbit Anonymo draft, and Verdant basically just purchased Orbit Anonymo wholesale. I will eventually find the Polish flag. I'll find the Polish flag later, alright? So this is the classic Orbit Anonymo draft. You have the Fiora on Prime, you have Roizen on a Mage, Vladimir is a really common one from him as well, but he saw the enemy going into a full dive composition, decided why not go the anti-dive Vix. Now Vix is a terrible champ, but this is the exact kind of thing that Roizen is really, really comfortable on. Nemarin on that Kai'Sa. Polish Kai'Sa is honestly like a really big thing. Obviously Nemarin himself is not Polish, but in Ultraliga, Kai'Sa was a really, really big deal. However, I'm used to seeing him more on like kind of skirmish heavy champs when they talk about FGG being an aggressive player. That is the kind of psychopathic stuff you need from Nemarin, which means that the Draven coming in from Namex, the classic Namex Draven, Namex, by the way, known for two champions, basically Lucian and Draven, is a brilliant response to the playstyle that Neramin normally utilizes in bot lane and did for the entire Orbit Anonymo run, and the champion, obviously. If he wants to play that skirmish-heavy psychopathic playstyle, he's doing Kai'Sa into a Draven, that could be a big problem, especially since Verdant have not left themselves open to being able to do a lane swap away from the Draven like I would prefer to do here. They want to raw dog the Fiora into the Cassante, get that winning matchup, probably play bot to top really hard with Noodle. So let's see if Neramin can keep that tendency away, because it's going to be, can Bitse snowball Namex harder than Noodle can snowball Prime?
We will have to wait and see. And just to add more background to Orbit Anonymo, as you just mentioned, right? Orbit Anonymo, if you're not aware, or just watch the NLC, obviously we're the best ERL, right? It is the Polish organization, first place in the regular season in spring 2024, second place in the playoff final, and getting top 8 at the EMEA Masters. So players here in Royce and Narrow
but
Prime,
that's not even that undersells Orbit Anonymo, right? Only 3 teams were able to take a game off Eintracht Spandau, the champions of their EMEA Masters run. One was GK, one was Besiktas, and the other one was Orbit Anonymo themselves in the group stage, right? At the same time as they knocked out the NLC champions Lions Creed 2-0 as well. The guys who went number 1. This is an extremely strong core that Verdant purchased wholesale. And to add to that, Prime getting a trade advantage at the start, but to add to that, they also brought in Noodle, who I had this whole deal during, I think, was it the same one or was it in the summer one? The whole Noodle event horizon for me was like a really big deal on his Balkans team. Was it B5 he was on? No, it wasn't B5 he was on. He was on, I'll remember the name later. But that team was very much defined by Noodle going for some quite unorthodox matches and forcing skirmishes in position you wouldn't generally expect someone to. But people would always be drawn into it. People would always be drawn into the fight, and Noodle within that chaos would always pull out the W for his team. That was a really really big characters the way they did that. They did it against Ruddy as well, you might remember, in one of the biggest upsets of the tournament. And yeah, pairing him up with skirmish heavy topside while that topside is on one of his premier champions with that psychopathic bot lane is a really good fit, I think, especially since Afro Boy, in my opinion, was one of the lower points of that initial Orb Anonyma lineup. So this is almost like an upgraded Orb Anonyma lineup you can think of. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to take the whole thing over Venom Crest, who currently is Ultron's favorite.
So in essence, to summarize, right, we're watching two teams here who essentially have known each other for a while. You could say DMG keeping 3 members from their summer split in the NLC, while Verdant purchasing 3 of the members from Orbit Anonymous' very successful spring split in 2024 in Naramin, Prime, and Royson, with Noodle and FGG then coming in, and I should say Noodle in particular being what you at the very least perceive as a big upgrade in the jungle position.
Yeah. I think Noodle had a really good time in summer, and I think he already showed beforehand. Like, the people behind the scenes were talking very positively about Noodle, I remember, in the big off season last year. So I'm glad that he's going to have another opportunity to show his stuff, and I think he has really good lanes to enable him. Something you're going to really, or I'm going to really like, as we watch Verdant later on, is the manner in which, Royson and Prime.
Spectrum more, charging. We'll go for it! Ooh. The flash will be forced out of Skate Rod. Yeah, big burn, I should say. 5-minute cooldown, the Orianna. Not that mobile without it, so we'll keep our eyes on that timer.
Yep, guaranteed also to come back in seconds, so can get the wave into a good position for Noodle to do a regank on that mid lane and abuse that low flash on the Orianna, as well as making the initial contest of Grubs be heavily in Verdant's favor. So good opening play. When the game does explode.
Oh, let's see this engagement on the bot lane. So much pressure down here as DMG really wants to get this lane going. The damage is so good from Nemix. Naramin is low as well. The Void Seeker connects, but it's not enough to get the kill. One more auto would still be needed as now the re-engage coming through. Suko just hitting away, but it's not enough. The auto cancelled by something. I'm not sure how. The kills haven't come through as finally the first blood gets picked up. It's Royson who secures it and takes those adoration stacks right out of Nemix's hands.
So off that mid lane win into a TP straight in from Royson, bot lane knew that they could go aggressive, and they knew that they would be able to get the play going down
top
there.
Lane? Oh, I think it's just a solo bolo. Yeah, Prime
nice!
Destroys Menin in that top lane, and this could quickly go from bad to worse. I mean, losing the first one of your Draven, right? Obviously you want those adoration stacks, then losing the top lane, which you were expected to lose, but obviously you don't want to get solo killed in it. And now with your mid lane without a flash as well, this could be a potential gank. I mean, if they get all 3 lanes rolling, the snowball has certainly already begun. Royson still has the flash if needed. Spectrum more needs to connect. The damage, though, just not quite enough. Potential turnaround here. Bitsy is here. Does have the flash as well. The Nocturne strong early on, but the kill won't come through. Skate Rod, though, taken quite low as he did actually manage to trade back quite well.
So we're saying this is going to come down to whether or not Verdant can snowball top faster than DMG can snowball bot lane, but that immediate initial skirmish, that psychopathic all-in from Naramin goes in favor of Verdant on the bot side, albeit with help from mid lane, but very good reaction to that whole situation on the mid that was set up by Noodle, and at the same time Prime gets a solo lead on top.
I mean, look at it. Surely doesn't get the kill here, but could force the flash, but at the very least just gets a phenomenal trade, right? And Prime putting down the pressure here.
It's good, though, that Cassante held flash there, because the entire purpose there was to go R for flash, and then just got R for no flash on the next rotation. So it's very good that Cassante kept flash there. He's going to need it for sure. Fiora does look like he's going in again on top side, getting that top side priority, but no jungler top to contest these Grubs. So despite the fact that it's Orianna no flash and clear advantage on top side, we're not seeing a top side contest with Grubs by Noodle here. And Verdant are the team out of these two that is very strong in the split push scenario stylistically, right? Stylistically, the way that these guys always break open the game is you'll get a really good TP from Prime or Royson away from a fight.
Let's see this FGG connects on Nemix. If they get this Draven one more time, the snowballing of DMG's bot lane surely would have come to an end. It hasn't really begun, but there is still hope. But with Noodle there, fishing for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Maybe Nemix and Suko overstep, but they read the plane nicely and make sure they don't get caught. And now to Skate Rod. Could be fishing for something here. Might want to try and get themselves on the board. Hiding nicely. Bits is as well. Paranoid. It's the first one of the game. This is what DMG need if they want to make this game work for them. Good shockwave. Noodle low. The ignite ticking will be enough. One more auto from Skaterod to seal that deal. They get the 1 kill. They get themselves on the board, and they are right back in this game. As more importantly, the DMG bot lane get that pressure relieved, and they didn't die.
But Moisen picking up all of the plates on mid lane and playing really hard for tempo. This is why I mean these two solo laners, they know which fights not to join in on. Yes, Skaterlot burned a lot. Going on bot side got given a lot more time.
FGG.
Again.
This is very ballsy when you're this low
This
HP.
is kinda weird.
The Draven should get the kill, and that's the cash in as well.
That's
Questionable
fair.
decision as the adoration stacks managed to get claimed before Neramin gets the kill. This psychopathic bot lane from Verdant. I mean, they're getting the kills, but that time, not quite worth it
Yeah.
to Draven. Able to get it before he himself died.
That's how Neramin normally balances these solo lanes. These solo lanes will always play really, really hard for tempo. Whenever fights are breaking out on the map, they'll always make sure that they win the map first before doing anything else, which is something that I really liked about Urbanonoma, and I think gave them the staying power to take it to some of the absolute best teams in the ERLs when they were having their really, really strong split, despite losing those finals to Z10. So you're going to see that, but from Neramin, I'd expect nothing less than for him and his support to be going all in all the time. That's just a classic Neramin, irrespective of the support that he's playing, and I'm glad to see it happening, even in the matchup that he has absolutely no right being up in.
Yeah, just 100 gold separating these two down in the bot lane. Obviously would have been a different story had Namex died before he managed to get the kill on FGG, but regardless, the fact that the DMG bot lane is not ahead is an issue for DMG. Especially as this top lane matchup, you can see, is not very fun for Menon, as he's, pretty much just stuck underneath his own turret, to be honest. This CS lead will keep growing, the gold lead will get bigger, and one thing I really like from DMG this game is they were able to get these Void Grubs, because imagine a 6 Void Grub Prime pushing on the side lanes later on, so they've relieved some of that split push pressure, but obviously very much still exists on a Fiora.
Yeah, Noodle here, deciding whether or not he wants to be fighting. The fact that he's playing so hard around the bot side and just leaving time to get these advantages accrued solo is somewhat reminiscent of what would happen in Afro Boy as well. Afro Boy was more likely to try and take the fight into the jungle. Noodle, though, he finds himself very much at home with the psychopathic player of Neramin, himself being a bit of a psychopath, a bit of a skirmisher. He knew that the enemy had time to respond.
Potential pick here. I mean, they're going for Ryzen, who does have the flash. Seems like the cooldown will just be forced, as they are happy with that takeaway. Yet again, another immobile mid laner. Put him on a 5-minute timer. Will relieve some pressure in the mid lane, and even open up opportunities to go again, as Bitsy obviously will have the paranoia up in due course. Noodle now.
The DMG,
yeah, go on.
Despite the fact that they do not have topside priority, that flash burn could lead to them actually going for straight 6 scrubs. Remember, they were uncontested on the first set. On the second set, yes, Prime does have the priority. We had the priority topside on the first set of gloves as well. It's just that Verdant weren't very interested about doing anything but skirmishing on bot side. Now in a position where the only camp up right now for Noodle is that bot side Glomp, but it does seem that pings are coming out on this top side, irrespective of the flash discrepancy. Skaterot does have teleport, does have unleash TP, could potentially join. Bitsave's there first. I think this could be 6 scrubs, but when Noodle's there, generally you're going to see fights that have no rights happening.
Yeah, 4th been secured. Worth mentioning, Menon can't recall on TP, and that is on cooldown, so essentially, I mean, the top side prior helping Verdant out here, as they can just take 2 grubs away and get some split push pressure of their own. More importantly, denying DMG the 6 and getting some extra damage on those neutral objectives, or turrets rather, should I say, as Prime will be happy that he gets to utilize that when the game reaches a later point. FGG is here as well. There is a flash on Menon, and obviously K'Sante is K'Sante, although I do doubt this being a favorable situation for him trying to do what he can. Very easily taken down. That's just a clean, nicely executed dive that will secure the kill. That didn't go... That went over to Noodle, right? Yeah, so Noodle got that kill. Prime, I mean, he would have liked the second, but getting Noodle on the board, yeah, I think they're fine with that as well.
Yep, and I also say that this sets up even more skirmishing for Prime on the next rotation as well. So, no huge...
Oh, paranoia! They've pulled off the combo. They know there is no flash on this mid lane, as Skaterod easily picks up that kill. That is how to abuse the flash being on cooldown, as Neramin now forced to flash down in the spot lane.
Neramin has Aram barrier.
I thought maybe he wanted to re-engage. I saw the same window as you. He was clearly considering it as well, but potentially not wanting to go in and give away a lead to the Draven. Remember, 100 gold in the lead for Neramin now. decides against it. Although he's a bit of a psychopath, he is also careful at times.
Careful at times. He was looking for the angle, but Namix has fixed the wave somewhat. FGG sees.
Oh,
Namix
FGG
has
wants
to
this.
move
He
up.
very clearly wants this. The solar flare comes through. There is no paranoia, but BT is here regardless. TP is say coming through as well. Nerman, he gets popped by the crit auto attack as Royson claims the kill in return. But yet again, it's not worth it. The Draven got the iteration stacks. He had the killer instinct. He had the barrier available, but he did not expect the damage of Namix's crit and the collector as well.
They are struggling in a matchup that they should be really, really strongly winning, but nonetheless, Draven is picking up the gold, he is getting the kills, he is getting those items, and he is still going to be a threat for this game. Prime, though, really showing his stuff on the top side there, but still, a 1k gold advantage for Prime, that's probably not what he was expecting, and only a 500 gold advantage for Draven, that's also probably not what he was expecting. But in an even state, I would normally bet on the team with Prime and Roizen, as we see if Orianna will burn her flash.
Yeah.
Nope.
I mean, might want to re-engage. The shockwave comes through. Noodle is in the area.
Oh, he
now
did!
comes the re-engage. He's unscathed. But how will he play out of this? The shockwave already used. Jesse gets a kill, but he should die as well. One more auto is all that is needed. But nice block from Suko initially. Noodle with the blade of the Ruined King securing the kill as Suko forced to flash out and does make his way out. Now Noodle though, fishing for something. Could it be Namix? The initial combo does have the ultimate available. The Heartbreaker won't come through. Doesn't have it anymore, I assume. I do believe he used it in the fight before, so that will be on cooldown. Chaos Storm, not there either. But Namix, like shooting fish in a barrel, will get taken down underneath the shirt. Was
Oh, look at top.
ooh, yeah,
Element map play.
dude, across the map, yeah. From mid to bot to top, they are all around the world. Call them Mr. Worldwide as they are diving across the rift here. Surely Narman wins this. Cassante can do many things, but not that. The barrier barely making sure that wasn't the case. Wow. Cassante close to Cassante, Narman.
That's still very good, despite the good advertisement for the Cassante. That was dangerously close to killing Neramin, but right there, you see the synergy from that entire split of play on Orbit and Onimo from that season as one of the best teams in Poland, one of the most defining teams in Poland of the entire season. The
FGG,
time that the
Skate I think Skate just dead here. I mean, what can you really do? Both ultimates are available. Solar Flare, Chaos Storm, everything is chipping away at his HP bar. FGG takes the kill. Just for a little bit of good measure here, and I mean, it's not a mountain yet that DMG have to climb, but this game is slipping away from them at the moment.
Yeah, it is, but you would expect this. The more that the game opens up, the more likely it is that Verdant are the team that ends up in favor, right? They know how to play the map if they know how to play anything at all. Again, the most strong that Poland was at the ERLs was when these guys were on top, right? They never quite won the National League themselves, but they did show that strength to all of the other nations. And Noodle, he loves contesting stuff. I love it. I love it. Oh, this is a death.
I mean, he's just not having fun here. Potentially, though, Bitsy could get there in time. Cassante is obviously very tanky to do Cassante things. Prime now in a 1v3. Oh, he commits! He wants this very badly. Maybe that's just a bit too much. The fear comes through. But Suko takes the kill. Now Verden wants to continue this fight. Suko, the first one they want to claim. He's eaten up, devoured by Noodle, who is able to take his body and turn their attention towards, I mean, the Herald. You could go for the Drake as well. Pings towards mid lane. Maybe Namix is the next one they have in their sights, but it is Verdant who are setting the tempo right now, and DMG, they're simply claiming consolation prizes.
Yeah, DMG are at least able to fix mid and bot for it, but wow.
Oh! Namix caught out here. Merriman very hungry for the kill, but it's too far forward. I mean, being a psychopath sometimes might be good, but that time...
I told you, man.
Jesus Christ.
I miss watching you.
That is crazy. TP now, by the way. This Drake is not going over for free. Prime is in a 1v4 if he commits to this. No, 1v3 rather, as Namix has recalled. Noodle is on the Herald. As Prime now able to take... I mean, this is a very peculiar situation we're finding ourselves in. I mean, it's becoming more of a regular fight now. TP in from Menon. 4v3, 4v4 when Noodle makes his way here. Nariman respawning shortly as well. Prime down to half HP. The fight seems to be taken here. Verdant still want this. They believe they can win it. Suko taking a bit of damage initially. Fantastic shockwave on 3. It's just what DMG needed. Skaterod continuing to step forward in this fight. He's been phenomenal all game. And here he finds Royson. Bitze now chasing down Noodle. Prime seems to have escaped, but Bitze, this might be a bit too far forward. Nerman wants to carry this fight and turn it back around in Verdant's favor, but Prime can't really contribute. As now he goes back in, he's so low and gets taken down. Vern, you're pushing your luck far too much here. You could be aced, and that's exactly what will happen. Yes, Vern get one back, but it's an ace as DMG somehow, some way, in the back of Skaterod claw their way back into an even game state.
Yeah, there's still 1k gold behind, but that's going to be changed very fast when they get this mid-tower down, which is going to be a big changing point on that. Do they even get it on this rotation? Yeah, they do. They do manage to get this, and then they're going to have to match resets, but 6-2 until on this Orianna. The Orianna Nocturne being the devastating combo that wants to be destroying this Victor every time, and wants to make it harder for Prime to be a big split push presence. Yes, Prime himself has 100 gold lead, but doing that against 1.5 champions every single time Nocturne is off the map, you have to factor that into account. Nocturne is the big break this glass if Prime is split pushing again champion for DMG. He's where they're looking for the little bit of additional damage to come from, and him with Orianna creates that team fight combo, and him in Fog creates that map presence that prevents Verdant playing the game that they played so beautifully when they were in the Ultra Liga. So let's see how this goes for the rest of the game. Maybe they don't have a straight gold lead yet, but they do know that they can take this to Verdant, and that Verdant are not invincible. They're a very scrappy team. They really do not pull their punches, but you just have to lean into it as Prime successfully gets tempo on the bot side of the map again. I just want to point this out. DMG aren't even attempting to contest it on top side or match it on bot side. So Verdant able to pull back.
Oh, this time! He's just dead.
Yeah. But that's what you have to do, though. If you're going to be behind on tempo and you're going to match it, you have to force. And they have one of the best force combos possible with that Nocturne Orianna.
Yeah, very nicely executed yet again. The Ball of Death had been delivered and the kill has been received. Skaterod picking up his 6th kill of the game. Very strong performance from him so far, as now it's Verdant looking for something despite their AD carry being dead, and Royce now caught out. Phenomenal engage here from Zuko as the Herald gets the charge. Walk will get the turret rather. But I mean, yet again, is that really worth it? Baron, luckily
40 seconds
for them, not on the map, right? I should say 40 seconds for that, but I mean, like, if they make these mistakes in a minute's time, maybe DMG just want to turn for that.
Yeah, but they're getting deep vision right now because they want to be able to make this pick, and the blue wards that are coming out are immediately gone, so they're going to get the full value of it. If Nocturne ult comes up on time for any of those wards to be contested, that is an R from Nocturne Orianna onto anyone there, and it's an immediate Baron. This level of control, by going really hard on the top side here, they need to levy this into another pick, and it's an immediate Baron play from DMG. They have the best Baron team, but they have a pretty good... But on the other hand, actually have a really insane Baron team. So it's all going to be a case of how they play in their 4-1 when Fiora gets that priority on bot. So they seem to just drag Fiora straight in to try to
spotted,
match
so
deep vision.
Menon trying to roam up. Given time, he'll be able to make it. Now the TP's up for Prime as well. He's recalling. We'll likely just go back bot lane. What's the move now if you're Virgin, right? You had a lead, you felt confident, you were winning your fights in DMG. All of a sudden, on the back of that phenomenal shockwave, might I add, from Skaterod, have pulled themselves back into a small goal lead. They're continuing to get the picks. The Nocturne Orianna combo, very hard to deal with if you're Naramin or Royson. So, like, how do Vern respond? Do they just play for Prime now and make him get pressure?
The best thing you could do right now is you close this wave on top side as Victor and then lean in mid to do a 4-1 lean into Fiora's priority on bot side. You have enough vision to know if the enemy is trying to take Baron ahead of you on that, and you'll always be able to rotate into them directly when you're this far ahead. So I think you're going to see him move up towards midsection now and play this protracted 4-1. Then Fiora can feel like she's confident enough to lean out on bot side again. Looks like, though, maybe they just want to fight straight up for the Drake. I prefer them to keep playing side, but they know Nocturne's down there, so Fiora feels very unsafe doing it until her team both shows and vanishes in towards bot. Fiora doesn't have very good ways of proccing the Kai'Sa outside to Sante losing.
Oh, combo! They're going for Noodle this time. They want the smite to be gone for the Baron on the map. TP in as well, but the damage wasn't there. Noodle has made his way out. Prime now pushing the bot lane. Yeah, got the TP from Menon, so feels like DMG, they want to get something here. The Drake is there. It won't be soul point for either team.
They have to fight.
Yeah, they've committed so much to this fight already, though. Shockwave gone. Remember that already. Good damage back. Skaterod dealing some damage to Royson as well. Menon taking a bit of damage here from Naramin, but no one critically low yet. Royson and Skaterod both half HP. Can Noodle get in the pit? No, he cannot. The engage on damage, but he cleanses away initially. Now Prime is on the back of the fight. Naramin dishing damage into Zuko, but it's not enough quite yet. Zuko
He's
solo.
untouched.
The one reset comes through. Can Noodle get them as well? I feel like Verden are winning this, and they certainly are.
untouched.
They are dominating this fight, actually. They've gotten 4, only losing 1. This will be a Baron. A Spitzer will fall as well. The Ace, the Baron, the Drake is all they failed to get, but the triple kill. And the Baron is surely a good enough prize for Verden.
Yeah, Prime going around on the flank and FGG perfectly timing it with Prime coming out, and you saw Skater trying to zone Prime off on the flank there, but unsuccessful, and all that was successfully done was that DMG are spread extremely thin on the fight, and that was made it easy pickings for Neverman and have some of the most aggressive positioning you'll see there, but it's par for the course for how Neverman likes to play. He likes to be in the thick of it, and in all of that chaos he was able to get so much damage, be untouched for the vast majority of the fight until Cassante lobs him away, but Cassante just lobbed into his own death. And he just made, in the attempt to make Verden as thin as he realized they can't really take on them one-on-one from that position. And yeah, the fight became a full cleanup. That's Baron. That's one of the best teams at playing a tempo with an objective that gives you de facto tempo on the rest of the map for the rest of the game. So let's see what they're able to get with this. I think they're going to be able to set up an end game from this, and then you're looking at 1 or 2 more rotations without even the threat of a soul on the map.
Yeah, the goal lead. 4,000 gold lead now for Verden. Before DMG had a slight lead, but more importantly, how will this state look if just 2 minutes and 20 more seconds gone? Pizza, oh, he's looking for the combo on Naramin, but they fail it. It doesn't work, and now Pizza is just caught out. Should be able to get Naramin, or rather, I take that back. The CC chain too strong. Nice turnaround here from Verden, and DMG clearly desperate to do something as Prime just assassinates Namix. Now in a 1v3, flashes and dashes around this. Could be able to win it with his team as well as Verden. They're closing in on this fight. It is absolutely beautiful as DMG are left grasping for straws. Nothing to be done. No way out for Skate Rod as well. Both carries, Junkler gone, and look who's pushing top lane. It's Naramin. They know how to use the situation perfectly, Verden, and the goalie just continues to balloon in their favor.
Yeah, why do 1 play when you can do 2 plays right there? Verden showing their prowess on the map. That stuff I absolutely loved about this team when they were in the Ultra Liga. And Neramin, despite maybe not being in the best position to move up there, doesn't care. Establishes his presence knowing that he has fog on the majority of his team. Neramin will always play extremely well in those kinds of circumstances. So is the whole team. Prime taking out mid tower with the full siege on top. It's a straight 4-1. Prime's going to be able to pivot off this into another flank, so DMG don't find anything here.
Oh, Neramin!
Perfect endgame!
Oh my god, Neramin met the balls
Nah,
here.
can't stop.
It's massive. He's too far forward as he does get taken down, but they do make it a 1-for-1. The shockwave doesn't connect on anyone. It gets blocked. And all they've got to say is that this is the game. You have to think it. A mountain would have been left to be climbed by DMG had this fight gone their way regardless. Verden, I mean, Jesus Christ,
that's
man.
why
That's
why they call it fearless, okay? Because there's a lot for DMG to be fearful of. Prime, you've had your Fiora game. Neramin, you've had your Kaiser game. Noodle, you've had your Viego game. DMG know what they're up against. They don't have to face any of this anymore going into the next round. Verden take game 1 in a dominating fashion, and I wouldn't have it any other way. That was like being reintroduced to an old friend right there. Oh, like classic Neramin, classic Prime, classic Poison, classic all of these guys, even classic Noodle. I wonder if Noodle and Neramin's personalities fit their playstyles, because they'd be the best of friends already if it
and
does.
In the grand scheme of things, that phenomenal shockwave from Skate Rod turned out to just be a blip in what was in the end a phenomenal Verden game, right?
Yeah.
They are now 1-0 in the series, and as you say, fearless obviously means that we won't be seeing these exact combinations going up against each other again, and I think DMG are very happy with that, because that was one hell of a game from Verden. When they really put their pedal to the metal, well, they closed it out very quickly with the help of the Baron. With that, though, we'll throw to a small break. When we come back, Ashram and the boys will be breaking down how Verden won that game 1 so dominantly. See you after the break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
behold, Verdant takes first game as everybody expected, but there's so much to talk about this because, let's be honest, boys, as a duckling said, the Ashram and the boys, which means I'm not part of the boys.
You are part of the boys.
It's thank you. It's all I needed.
We accept
today.
you, Arsharam.
It's all I needed. But the fact is, FGG is so bloodthirsty.
Yeah, I mean,
Good gracious.
why is that the
Oh,
pause?
have we lost Rude?
What was that?
Yeah. Yeah, if FGG was an item, he would be Bloodthirster, right? I think that's pretty fair to say. I feel like FGG, he put the power, he put the pace forward, and I will say, in that first bot lane play, it wasn't just FGG, right? Like, they fully sent it, right? Like, Neramin was ready to go, was in deep, was looking for the kills. We thought, okay, might get the Draven got away, and then we were like, oh, well then, oh, that's sad, the Kaiser's gonna die, and then they almost killed the Rel as well. So, yeah, they are willing to go at the same time, and what did I say? What did I say? What did I say? I said Prime is also a very aggressive player, gets the solo kill at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that
What
this
did he
game...
say though?
I can't remember, Arsharam.
Okay. Well, he can't remember actually. I'm so sad for you, Regine. I'm so sad. As soon as you're back, we'll let you. Wait, he's back. He's back.
I
Tell
don't
me.
know. Not back. Listen to me. Sound awful. I'm just going off
Oh,
a ball.
Wally.
I'm not gonna bother. I'll stand here and look. Like,
We have all 144 dudes that we need. But not only the fact that FGG is such a menace, but the fact that they were able to win, in my opinion, with champions that you can just say bye to. I think that's the most scary part. Leona had to be used eventually. Everybody knows that. But they use what? They use Fiora. You can pick on anything else. Viego, Victor. Kai'Sa could be like a big thing, but aside from that, like you can expand those. For DMG, I think you're looking at a bigger, like expensive. It's more expensive what they brought.
I think there is an expense paid, right? I think there definitely was a couple of champions that they maybe will be a little bit sad to lose, but they also did bring up some stuff that I think wasn't necessarily expected from them off the get-go. Like, I think the Orianna with the Nocturne was a little bit of kind of a throwaway for them. I don't think they're going to cry about that one. I think also on the top side, right, we talked about Menekane being a bruiser player. They played Cassante. They're not going to be sad about that either, you know. So I do feel like there is a little bit lost, right? I do think the Rel, the Draven were quite sad to lose for them, but overall I think that they're going to be okay with that one, and they're not going to be too phased in the next draft.
yeah, and only so many games are Draven. So really get that.
I have a question though, because even though Verdant asserted dominance, I'll call it this way, because I think the
Yeah.
gameplay was specifically for that. They let a lot of windows. Like they gave way too much that they should. You know reasonably they didn't need to go as far, and maybe if they didn't win as far, they were capable of saving a little bit more, and the goal difference would be a lot bigger as we went into the game. Is this just to, hey, we're that good, chill out? Or is this, we're really hungry, so we might make mistakes like this throughout the entire series? Because if it goes like this, I do see DMG taking a few games.
I think walking on an Ori ball is a pretty fundamental error and not something that you do for the ha-ha funny type jokes. It's more of a ha-ha oops. And you quickly adapt from that. So that gives me a little bit of hope that DMG might be able to find a game based off of Verdant making a couple of mistakes. Also gives me hope that Skyrock might be able to be a bit of a presence in that mid lane. We talked about his champion pool being really aggressive and has been starting to take the mantle of a really big carry for DMG, and you know, making those plays like that. Like I say, I predicted 5 games going in. It gives me the hope that I'll be able to get there.
I think for me, like, credit where credit's due, right? I think DMG did have actually quite a good early game and a decent mid game where they were able to actually get a lot of neutral objectives, right? They took 4 out of the 6 scrubs. They got they got an early dragon as well, so they were 1-1 with Verdant. They weren't giving over a lot of the map per se, right? Obviously, they weren't winning those fights. They weren't getting those skirmishes in their favor. And then Verdant were doing insane things where they were like fighting in the mid lane, fighting in the bot lane. Then we had Nermin ganking topside like for a tower dive. Like, it was a lot of insane stuff that Verdant were doing, right? But I will say DMG
That's weird.
Like DMG were able to hold their own, right? They were able to bring themselves back, and obviously they got an opening. We saw massive ultimate there from Skate Rod. They showed that they can team fight. But I want to see, and this is the big change I really want, right? Which actually fits perfectly with the Fearless. I really want Bitsay to get on something a little bit more aggressive early, because I feel like Verdant were able to pick up the tempo. They were able to kind of run with it. They were able to keep themselves ahead. When DMG did get an opening, great, but let's put that a little bit earlier. Let's get themselves earlier ahead, and then maybe Verdant can't have that redemption arc that they were able to get during the mid game.
Yeah,
I like where you're going. Yeah, tell me.
Instead of walking through open doors, they can start forcing them down themselves, right? Like that's the idea. Is instead of there being this opportunity for them to find a mistake because Verdant have overstepped, it's hold on, this might not necessarily be illegal, but I'm going to make it look illegal now by ganking you type thing.
I like
We
where
want
you're going
Takeshi's
with that,
castle.
the early. So if we talk about early, let's adapt the champion select. So what you're saying, J Real, specifically, is that a Vi needs to be picked.
Yeah, I want Takeshi's Castle, right? Like, if you've ever watched it, great, you'll know exactly what I'm about to say. If you haven't, then you need to go home and you need to watch that, okay? Because sort it out, all right? Basically, there was a game on Takeshi's Castles where you had 3 doors, or 2 doors, sorry. One was made of wood, one was made of paper. Clearly, you picked to choose to run through the paper one. The joke, you don't know which one's the paper one. So you might as well just run full force. And even, I've seen people go through the wood one as well, okay? So just run. That's what I want to see coming out from DMG. I want them to step forward and run through the Verdant door. I don't want them to try and look for the paper one and check if it's potentially there. They need to slam home these games because Verdant are not going to give them any easy openings.
That brought memories, though. Takeshi Castle, that brought memories. That's a big one. That only people with beard understand this. Sorry, Duckling.
He's unironically probably too young, unfortunately, as well.
There's a new season out, though. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, there's a new version of Takeshi Castle. As we jump out of this one, but now back into this one. This could be match point in favor of Verdant if they smash it again. And that could be problematic because coming back from 1 game is something. Coming back from 2 games in League of Legends can be extremely, extremely hard, especially when you can't default back to the champions that you think it worked.
Yeah, I think that with this Fearless draft, it opens up for especially Game 5 to be really exciting if we do end up getting there. Gives us a bit of an opportunity, though, to see something a little bit different from Neriman, which is going to be exciting, right? We talked about the, I'm quoting the cast here, psychopath play style, rather, that he's got. There are only so many AD carries that you can play like that on, right? Like, you're playing a Jinx, unless you're literally actively inting, you can't be that much of a psychopath, again quoting the cast, before you're just losing your team the game. So there's going to be a chance for a different play style, and maybe we get to see a little bit more reserved of a Neriman. Maybe we get to see FGG roaming even earlier than we saw in this game.
And also, like, in terms of going for other ends of the spectrum, right? If we look at top side, right, I talked about Prime, the Fiora looked insane, but is Prime playing a load of other carry champions, or is he now going to have to default to things like the Gragas, things like Renekton, which are still very strong, still could definitely take over the game, but not necessarily the same power level and threat that the Fiora can have in those later stages, right? So I do wonder if the Fearless draft will also impact Verdant heavily too, because we've seen them draft some not so great comps where they lack a little bit of damage, they lack a little bit of opportunity, so maybe it could force them into those situations where DMG could then start to have some openings.
But they've been the team that they don't need to work around anything because they've been winning. So they're like, we're going to keep pushing. We're going to go against the wall non-stop. They break the walls, they build the walls, so they have a lot of those champions. I think DMG are the ones that need to fix, even though it was not broken.
Maybe they need to go for that top side, right? Rude, you said it earlier, right? You said play for that top side, go for that early bruise. So, you know, try and just break the doors down with that, blow it off the hinges with something like an Aurelia, like a Riven, like a bruiser that can really just kind of sink their teeth into everything and let Namex play the weak side. And maybe that's what they got to go for.
I agree.
I was waiting for
Put Namex on Jin. Let's play to top side. Let's see what Kane can do.
Rude, I'm going to give you this. Well, jumping on to the second game of this one, it's a best of 5. Verdant are leading this one, and they take the red side again. Okay, there you go. I was confused. Wait, DMG picks blue? No, they're gonna pick the red side, and those on the top are the champions that they cannot pick again. Meanwhile, same bans. I think these are the stable ones. You don't want to see Yone even on solo queue. Aurora is kind of problematic, and Ashe, like, don't give it out to Neriman.
Jay, you can go here because I think we have the same problem right now.
Yeah, yes. They are the stable bans if you're red side. Like, as in, like, why are we not just locking in Yone first pick?
Yeah, like these are champions that you should be taking if you can play them, right? And that's the very clear answer here, is that, or that you want a little bit more information, something along those lines, where, okay, we maybe just don't feel comfortable B1ing Yone, don't feel comfortable B1ing the Aurora. And now FTG gets his Rel game. With the Leona banned as well, it means we're going to see a new support for Zuko. So that's going to be a little bit nice. I doubt that we see a mirror of the AD carry matchup. There's a very real possibility for Namex to take Kai'Sa here. It's a very strong AD carry on the patch, but the chances of Neriman knocking in the jet, honestly, from what I saw from game 1, probably quite high. We'll have to find out though.
Gotta do it. You gotta do it. Ooh, okay, they're going to pet up with the support, but are you going for the jungle after this one and leaving the AD carry window open, and then you can adapt and trying to lock in something for more CC? Or do you reveal a little bit of your deck at the end of the day?
Part of me feels like Namex could just go Kai'Sa here. Like, it works well with the Nautilus. It locks in. It's something that we've already seen played from the other side, right? And as Rude said, it's really good on the patch.
Yeah, the thing is that they've got is that they don't need to take AD carry here, right? The beauty of Fearless is that Neriman can't lock in Kai'Sa on this second, third rotation. So if they wanted something in the jungle, they would have been free to take that for themselves. Right now, they're saying, we don't have anything in the jungle that's so highly priced that we're going to take this away from you above taking the Kai'Sa, because they've not really got anything else in mind. They match the support, they take themselves a strong AD carry. Now Verdant likely to match that, likely to then take jungle. This is where we get to see what their ideas are. Early doors taking the Xayah. This is really good, not just for a lane versus a Kai'Sa. Typically, Kai'Sa struggles versus the Xayah because trying to get in range of the Xayah when there's a load of feathers on the floor gets really tricky. But of course, the Nautilus ulti can be immune by that Feather Storm as well. That point and click CC gets invulnerable, or gets immuned basically, and that is a really solid matchup once again for Neriman on both sides of that bot lane.
There he is. You got it, J-Real. You got it. That's a happy smile.
I like Prime on Renekton. I think they're a really interesting player, right? I think that Renekton obviously has been in pro play for so long now, right? But Prime looked dangerous on the Croc, and I do wonder what DMG are going to lock in here, because they could now actually go for their top lane. I was thinking maybe they're going to hold the jungle to go a little bit later. They are not. Instead, they are just going to go straight for the Jarvan, right? You actually talked about in the green room, Rude, about this Jarvan pickup, and I like it from Bitse going for that early game.
Yeah, it's what you talked about. You want something from Bitsa that's going to force those doors down. You also want something where what I was talking about in the pre-game was if you lock that immobile AD carry early on, Xayah in a mobile AD carry, you need to have an answer to that Jarvan, and so far we haven't seen what the answer from the jungle is going to be for Noodle. Maybe it's something that's going to get up in its face as well nice and early, or maybe it's something completely different. Of course, moving into the second round of bans, we're missing solo laners from DMG. We're missing out on a jungler and a mid laner for Verdant. Opportunity, I suppose, for that Renekton to go mid lane if they see a really good matchup for it versus Skater, but you are expecting it to be a top lane Croc.
Are we setting up for like maybe an AD mid as well? I'm a little bit surprised about the Malphite plan. Like, maybe it's really, really good into Renekton, but I wouldn't have thought that's the reason you solely would ban a Malphite.
There is a world where we just see Royson go Trist mid, for example, and then Noodle on a Lilia or something like that, an AP style carry in the jungle. I think that Trist also, it's going to be one of those mobile AD carries. Again, picking your mobile champs versus Jarvan. His bread and butter, Jarvan loves it because you get locked in the Cataclysm and you either flash or die. So certainly something to consider is if they want one of those mid lane, more mobile attack damage carries. There we go.
With the LeBlanc, it looks likely. It could definitely be on the cards right now, as we are going to see DMG onto their new pick, right? No Orianna, no Ivan for the side of Verdant.
Again, with the same idea of we press R, we win. So that's why Malphite would be back. Oh boy, he's back. We've seen it on Venom Crest, but now it's on DMG.
Okay. Again, opportunity for this to be a flex pick. You could take this top lane into the Croc, but you could be preempting that double AD carry composition. One wither between two AD carries, not the best ratio, but it's still better than nothing really, and it gives you that flex pick opportunity. Verdant now going into this a really tricky time ahead of them, so they lock in the AD jungler. J-Real, recoils at the sight of a Vi. And then the Ari gets locked in as well. Okay.
Except
So-
the G-Real. Except.
They rounded out with a pretty normal jungle mid, to be fair. Like, that is very standard, you know, the Vi and the Ari. I think the Vi and the Ari together, maybe I like it a little bit more than just the Vi with something that isn't going to roam as much. So there is a world where I'm not a massive hater. The Hui going to be picked up, which means Nasus is going in the top lane.
A family debate on the top side.
Oh, lore accurate family debate, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're now Steve Harvey, Archer, because we have a family feud.
I was gonna say that. I was like, no, I'm not gonna go that deep. I'm not gonna go that deep. But
We could have
this
at least
isn't-
made it English.
True.
the English
Wait, who
version.
does it? Is it?
It used to be
who?
Vernon K. I'm not sure who does it these days. But
I think
you
it
know.
might be Gino
Nasus-
D'Acampo, by the way.
Nasus versus Renekton. It's interesting. I don't see this going the way they think it will.
Well, what way do you see it going?
Yeah,
Archer?
okay.
Prime's way, like Renekton versus
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the way I see it going. Yeah.
You can slow him down and he's gonna be, I'll just slice, I'll just dice, and I'll say goodbye. Like, it's not that easy. Well, at the end of the day, the picks have been picked. I want to know who's gonna take this one and why. Rudud, before you crash down again, tell me.
Thank you. Sorry, I tried to cough that time instead. I think that this mid-jungle pairing that Verdant have locked in should really be easily able to punish a Hui in the mid lane. This is Vi Ari versus an immobile mage in the mid lane. If they don't find some semblance of an advantage around that jungle, they failed their job. The question becomes, how well does Bitsy force those doors down early on? Because again, pre-level 6, Ari and a mobile mage. So you have the opportunity to use the Hui, who's got a little bit of CC built into the kit, to pair up with that Jarvan, and they too can find themselves some semblance of damage.
My heart says Verdant for my prediction. My mind says DMG because I'm a Vi hater, right? So it's tough. I think I will overall give this one to Verdant, though. I think that they're ready. I think that DMG, they started to do what I want, but they haven't fully committed. I think the Nasus and the Hui will need a little bit too much time to scale, and I don't think they're going to get those wins off the bot side with the matchup with the Zyra and the Kaisa. So I feel like they're going to be having a really tough time, and unless they really turn up, I feel like Verdant are going to have this in the bag.
I see it. Even though the hate for Vi, Arcane is about to come out as well, so
It's
keep
not
that
the
one in
person,
mind.
it's just the
I see a lot of hate. Well, let's toss it to the casters. Tell me, Duckling, how are you doing? No, veteran, just like explain to me how the compositions are going
The
to work.
champion
Don't
in-
let Duckling talk.
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Asher. I'm veteran. Now it's time to answer your question.
I wish to be completely clear, this is a main champ for DMG's top laner. I was actually talking about it with Duckling as a possibility between games 1 and 2, and especially on the Malphite ban. I feel like you're preempting either an Irelia, which Minakani also plays, by the way, or Camille top, win 2 Renekton mid and an AP jungle. I think that's what they were going for with that Malphite ban. So Naz is a really good preempt on that regard. Yeah, I do think that Vi Ari can make picks on an immobile mage on mid. Hui is just a phenomenally powerful champ in general, right? A lot of mid laners just find a lot of comfort on her, and if she can just end up wave clearing, it's also very difficult to set up picks as the Vi Ari. But that is the big champ that they want to be making the picks on, right? I'm excited to see how Nasus does. This isn't the optimal setup, but I do think I thought we were going to see an invade from DMG, but we're actually going to see an invade from Verdant. That's interesting.
Let's see how this will work out. As worth remembering, I think the Des discussed it adequately as well, that we have to remember it's fearless draft.
no.
So if you've picked a champion
Flank.
before, you can't pick it again. As FGG now flanks up, forces the flash out of Bitsy. Obviously the Jarvan still very healthy and will be able to clear without any problems, but the flash could be needed for potential ganks early on. That's a bit of a hindrance to him.
Yeah, it is. It's just incredible though, because Verdant already have a 4 grubs lead versus GMG's too.
Damn, that's actually crazy. Yeah, didn't notice that.
that
Maybe
really
they've changed
favours-
it with the recent patch that's coming out.
Yeah.
Let's see what
really
Prime wants to
favours
do
the
here as
wide
well.
map state they want.
I think DMG have read this. They've read this very well. Prime is in, I mean, not trouble, but we'll just have to take a bit of damage as you.
Is it a read? Like, they just saw like 4 of them in their jungle top.
Yeah, so they
is
read
it
that he
a
would
read to
remain
think
there?
someone's up there? You
No,
know?
but I mean,
As opposed to where else, mate? You can't have teleported bot.
he could have just walked away.
You could have walked away, but why wouldn't you just check? You would check top. You don't have to check
Yeah,
top.
exactly.
There's
I
no
mean,
other options.
just
Where else would you check?
Like, you know, it's like they read the children's book. I mean, obviously, it's a very simple play to read, but they've still read it, you know?
But I wouldn't say, you know, oh, very good reads to like a 21-year-old.
No, but I mean, if I was having, if I one day have a child and they read a children's book, I would say that's a good read. I'm proud of you for reading the 3 words on the 1 page of this children's book.
Are you calling them children?
No, I'm not, but I'm making... I guess you've called me out of my argument there. Fair play, fair play.
I have followed it to the logical end point as Vi is going to follow this jungle path into the top side with that Renekton getting those early advantages over Nasus, over the big dog. Dog versus Croc does not go so well early, but eventually the dog becomes a great big glorious wolf, and admittedly the crocodile becomes something much more fearsome as well, so we shall see. But for now, the Croc gets the help with Divine moving top side and Jarvan moving bot. Jarvan not going to have that easy of a time here, very high mobility composition, but Bits is always falling back on the Jarvan when he can. He clearly feels a huge degree of comfort on it. Incidentally, when he doesn't get the Jarvan, he pretty much instantly defaults to the Vi, so probably not the last time we're going to see Vi, given that this is Fearless, right? So unlikely to see Bitso getting Jarvan, what, impossible to see Bitso getting Jarvan after this game.
That's a very good point. It won't be happening in that third game. As how do you deal with this Nasus best, right? Is this just what you do? You just you just start ganking it and put it so far behind that it'll take ages for it to really come online. Let's see what he'll do here. Menenkainen knows that there are people here, but he has not much to say in the matter, as Prime will be able to dash out a nice and cleanly served up first blood to Noodle, as here comes the counterpoint from DMG. They want to make this work in the bot lane. FGG's the target. Does have to crash down towards safety. Ignite ticking. I don't think it will be enough. One more tick. And I am mistaken. That was just enough damage to get the kill. Nerman trading heavily with Namex. Force use the barrier as well. This guy's a psychopath. Why are you stepping up here? You 1v3, man. It's absolutely ludicrous that he's making these decisions, but now he'll have to try and fend for himself in what is a very rough scenario regardless. The flash is used to no avail, as that's a kill back for DMG. 2 kills rather, should I say. As remember, they did get to FGG before.
Neramin's tendencies lasting until his death there, that flash forward is unlikely to get anything, but it's Neramin, he's going to try no matter what. Not one of the big aggressive champs that Neramin's known for, but still a champion that he very commonly frequents on the bot side. So you can imagine playing Xayah with a very heavy split pusher top is something he's used to. What I'm waiting for is when the Lucian comes out, right? Both Namex and Neramin are known for their Lucians. I want to start seeing them skill check each other with it. If this series goes to 4 games, they will get one on each. Verdant still getting a good advantage topside. What you want from this now is you want HP, you want CDI, and you want movement speed, and then he's going to feel happy to go all in on this Renekton. So you want to delay that as long as possible. I do believe that cloth armor there will probably go into a... I still call it Ninja Tabbies, man. I refuse to change its name.
Steel cap.
Which will give you that MS. So you're looking from that into some form of HP plus some kind of CDR, and then he'll start feeling more comfortable. Delaying him to that point is the objective. Maybe even getting Renekton around the map is the objective. Getting some kind of tempo and Verdant. When they get tempo, they do generally hold tempo. So good strategy so far. You would prefer though if Namex hadn't just skill checked Neramin in the bot side and said, look, I can play aggressive too, mate, but when I do it, slightly more calculated.
Yeah, skate right here, by the way. Cancelling the recall shot wisely.
Yeah.
Giving a little bit more of a tempo advantage. I'm very excited to see more of this bot lane, right? Because like this Vern bot lane is insane, and clearly DMG want to try and punish that. Beats it down here again. Does have the flash this time around, but as they spot them out on the water going back, they won't be able to punish this time around. But very exciting bot lane to watch so far. Neramin obviously drawing the long end of the stick or winning it in the first game. This time though, seems like DMG, that's where the real adaptation is from them now. They are really prioritizing this bot lane, and I mean, just leaving Menenkainen to survive as best as he can.
Yeah, as we see Vi pinging a very specific spot on top lane
Yeah,
right now.
I think the dog might be in trouble here.
Moving up as well, yeah.
Let's see. Is this a replay? I felt like I've watched this before. Boom, boom, auto attack, the kills should come through. Prime does not die, and neither will Newton. The turret, although it hurts, doesn't hurt enough. Second death for the dog, as we will be likely trading objectives here. Burton turning our attention towards the Void Corrupt, as FGG with his body checks that the Drake was indeed started, as we would have likely predicted here if you are Burton. So DMG get the Drake, Burton get the 3 Void Corrupts, and Verdant very happy getting the kill on top as well.
Yep, adding those 3 void gloves to the 4 gloves that they began with level 1 is going to be really big. 7, a pretty huge number as far as gloves go. Bitsay only able to get the Drakes right because Neramin took himself off of the map so as not to give trade kills. So a very good map setup for them to all in on top side there, and obviously get ahead on objectives that they would stylistically care about. They don't typically contest it on red side, but on blue side, immediately with that top priority of climb, they were going all in all the time there. So Menekan can probably get at least one more round there. Oh, he went Bramble Vestas. Probably get at least one more round there. Probably 2 more rounds there he needs before he's able to get all of the stats we want.
Ooh, looking for Skateboard. Did force the flash out with Newton there as well. Cease and desist still available on this Vi. If this fight is to continue, Cataclysm and Unending Despair there as well. And now it seems like Royce's the one in trouble. Rather though, the re-engage is there with FGG as well. Royce still very much in trouble as he slithers away with his slither of HP. Able to stay alive. Newton gets the kill as the fight still continues. FGG taking a bit of damage from Suka, who's rotated up as well. But at the end of the day, it's DMG who walk away happy. Able to claim 1 kill without losing anyone.
Gotta be happy with that. Gotta be happy with the state of the map, to be honest, though, for Verdant, because you're... Oh, wait, what's happening top there? Venexion's actually doing a really aggressive trade as his top there, as bot lane.
Let's see this. Oh, they want to commit to this. Suko's here as well. Nerman already using the ultimate. That might be a bit too early. No flash on him, and a phenomenal hook back. The feathers can be pulled.
Barrier.
That's a good amount of damage. I didn't realize if GG was this low. And that is a well-played 2v2 here from this DMG bot lane. Surely getting both kills there cleanly. Namex now on a killing spree. Phenomenal play there by Suko, and Namex playing that brilliantly as well. Now Prime will have to do just that up in the top side. Or this could go from bad to worse for Verdant, as they really misplayed down on the bot side. Top side, will this go their way to give them some sort of resemblance of a positive outlook on this game? Prime trying to dash away. He is very, very low. Should get taken down. Good bit of few with the Q, I should say. No flash.
Nice.
The Q pierces right through the last bit of HP on Prime and does get taken down.
Yeah, no way Naz was being able to take that kill himself, as you can see. A very, very slowly arrived, but arrived all the same. Nice CC by Bitsay. Nice grouping by Bitsay there, and Prime had committed far too far there, seeing the aggression from DMG on bot side, and falsely assuming that must have been done under cover of some kind of juggler. When in fact, that was done because Neramin chose for it to occur on the bot side, right? That was not a conscious decision being made relative to jungle, etc. It was Neramin deciding, okay, let's go in, and Namix doing the counter engage beautifully to pick up 2 kills there. 301, 1.6k gold lead. This was the kind of lead we were expecting the Draven to get on Namix last game, but instead it goes with the Kai'Sa. Both sides now have skill checked each other on the Kai'Sa. Definitely in the laning phase, we can say Namix has come out on top. Shout out to Zuko as well, though. Right, that was a really nasty hook on the
Zuko played that
Yeah.
incredibly well.
Yes.
He'll be very happy with that. Really just icing on the top with the second hook connector as well. Really, really clean play from him. I mean, looking good so far on the Dauntless. And that's the thing with this Fearless draft, right? You're seeing this like, oh, maybe they just want to keep playing the spot lane too. But obviously, next game, they can't play either the Kai'Sa or the Nautilus. And that's what really makes this Fearless draft so interesting to watch. As when you see a team have a success with something, you normally want them to just run it back. But they, you know, can't.
This Nasus, though, he has his sheen. When he gets that tier 2, I do wonder if that's going to be enough of him. He's going to feel like he can start doing all-ins on the Renekton. Like, yes,
keep
he's
your eyes on the button here, by the way.
Skateboard
is rotating down. I think Vern might be in trouble here. FTG can survive for quite a while, but in the end, will get taken down quite easily. Suko barely surviving the turret damage. As Neramin has already used the ultimate, looking for one kill back, won't be able to get it. As Skateboard instead claims to kill. Another well-executed dive on the bot side for DMG. Snowballing very far here. 2.4k the difference simply between these two AD carries.
I truly wonder if this man has ever flashed to live before. I
don't think so.
He has. Yeah. This guy, no matter the situation, he goes for the 1-for-1 if he possibly can. And that was much closer read than the last time we did a similar play under his tower. But still, never change Nerman. Never change. As it looks like it could be a 6-glove setup for Verdant as I decide not to recycle the same joke again. Nasus not opting to move back topside. They're fully aware of this gloves. He's moving bot. It looks like the start.
They want to contest this, I think. I mean, they're 4-man mid.
They've dragged Nasus back. It's Drake they're thinking of, though.
I guess they just want to take the Drake. 10 seconds and then it's up. So They get the second drag on the board, except that they have to give up these Void Grubs early on, and they do just that. 3-0, by the way, on Noodle. He has all 3 kills for Verdant. It's DMG, their main man at the moment. We can all see who it is. It is Namix as Prime, able to get that top lane tier 1. Has a lot of unspent gold in his pocket, but will continue to charge down this tier 2 now, as Menikainen can't even see his minions realistically, as he's forced to watch from a ways away.
Yeah, but his team's going to be able to get objective for it and get plates on towards Namix on bot side. So last period that you can get the plates is, you know, Verdant, they do play really hard around the 2 players you see on the screen here, Poison and Prime. So defensive top side, but they are trading on bot side. No, they're not getting tempo, but they do get an Infernal Drake. That's a big thing if you want to fight your way back, and Lord knows they do need to. Nasus almost has all the conditions.
Nerman. I mean, he's just dead here, right? There is no play call, or rather, the Featherstorm not available. Still think he's trapped inside the cages. The Ignite ticking, yes, he was indeed dead. As now the continuous engage will just continue. Namex here as well should claim the kill. No, Bitzer gets it somehow, as that's his second of the game. And yeah, DMG continuing to find good picks here.
Yep, they're 1k gold ahead. They're clearly ahead in terms of neutral objective. Well, in terms of the Drakes, in terms of the kills. Reflective of what they need to do against Verdant. They are unlikely to be the team that ends up beating Verdant straight up on the map, so they need to make sure they're in a position to win fights, to win skirmishes, and they have Hwei and Kai'Sa, a very, very, very fed Kai'Sa. Now, Bitse is very confident on these engages with the Jarvan, so it's good. They've gone straight for the best team fight objectives they could. Yes, they're behind
Pingsmith, they want this FGG.
Don't worry, they can't do it, they can't do it. They were very unlikely to become a team that was going to face Verdant on the map straight up, not with all the experience they had in Orbit and Onimo, so they're going to try to beat them another way, their own way. DMG, they were always a really strong team fight team, so they're all in on that aspect. Skater up.
FGG, Noodle, all on Vision, so they know what Verdant would have been up to. And I should say, yeah, both the Hwei and this guy is a very strong Hwei. I do want to say, often goes under the radar, but if he is able to scale up, becomes very, very strong and hard to deal with. Gateway has put in a good game so far. Now Namix will have to do something good to get out of this situation. Surely just root it up. No. Able to walk it off. Never mind. I mean, he played that well, but not exceptionally. He just walks it off. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes it is what it is. It's the third purple objective.
Oh, they do not want to give this up though. TP in. I mean, that's Gateway coming in towards the mid lane. This Herald won't be Verdant.
Prime's happy. Yeah, but this is a normal Orbit and Onimo play here. They're getting hard contests on top side, so Prime's going to play as hard as he possibly can on bot there. Roizen saving his TP. Not TPing in for a skirmish. Prime not abandoning bot wave to go in on an extended contest. He's just going to go really hammer bot side. They're going to get resets. They're going to win tempo.
Oh, Noodle Man doing really tempting thing here.
Nah, I respect it. You have to respect it, man.
It is very respectable, but also very, very brave. As he is someone who has a 200 gold bounty. I should say, yeah, look at bot lane. One turret already been killed. The second will take a bit of damage as well. These 6 Void Grubs doing their work as well. I'm going to have to keep my eyes on Prime when we get to a team fight. If Namix get caught up by him, I think he is just dead. 3,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. The gold has almost evened up across the map here. Or across the whole rift, you could say, as very clear rifts between who's the fit and either team, but both teams pretty much at the same gold now.
Big thing though, at no point has DMG being ahead on the map, and if you're not ahead on the map, what do you have to do?
Just get kills, continue to take the fights.
You have to fight, yeah, you have to fight. You have to fight to get back map control, or you have to pray that the enemy makes a huge mistake, and it would be an uncharacteristic mistake for the former Orbit and Onimo team. Nasus though, has this guy not reset in ages? Nasus, baby! Just buy tier 2 boots on your next back. Nasus almost at the point where I'll declare him to be useful in the one-on-one. FGG gets out. No bone plating for 45 seconds. We won't even be here for the next wave. As Nasus presses B and gets, ooh, Gauntlet as his first item. No tier 2 boots yet, but is feeling cautiously optimistic nonetheless in this one-on-one scenario against the Renekton. I now do think Nasus could start pushing really hard on side lane, so we could start seeing the MG be able to take back the map bit by bit, not just potentially through fights, but also through 1v1. Oh, God, it is a fight though, isn't it? Through smaller skirmishes and through individual map play.
I mean, just looking at the goal difference, it's very clear to see. When we get into a fight, look at Namex first if he dies. Well, DMG, not quite out of it yet. I do want to say the Skate still has a lot of damage and a lot to offer, but obviously the Kaise is the first target that Verden would like to get. And for Prime, I'm keeping my eyes on how he finds the engage. Talking of that, a TP, not his, Royson, is looking for an angle here. Coming from behind, the TP now coming through as well from Prime, so this fight, it's a split one for now as the front end of DMG is trapped on one side, but look at the damage on Prime. He's being blown up by the carries of DMG. The shutdown goes over to Namex, who can now just look to take over the fight. A re-engage coming through, but Namex can't be killed, and Araman has nothing to offer. You're 0-4, buddy. You do no damage, and Manikainen just doesn't go down until he finally gets the kill on Araman before he falls. Triple kill for Namex. Phenomenal fight for DMG as it's Verden to pick the opportunity, but they chose wrong.
It takes a while, but when Nazas hits, he hits unbelievably hard. 2.8k gold down, but massive impact in that fight. Naramin could not breathe whatsoever. Himself now, 3.5k down from Namex.
What is Noodle doing here? You don't have the smite, buddy. You don't have the smite.
I respect it.
Good rotation from Skate-Rub, but I mean, this Verden roster, sometimes just too hopeful, too optimistic in their own ability. This will be another kill. Shutdown as well, claimed from Skate-Rub. 500 more gold you've given over, and you did not get this straight. DMG, I mean, I think they've set themselves in the driver's seat. They haven't put the pedal to the metal yet, but they certainly have the opportunity to, as they are the ones leading this game. Now, that fight was massive. So much gold into both of the carries for DMG.
Yep, huge fight, and DMG now on Soul Point as well, which dramatically changes the map for them on the next rotation, makes it a much easier time. There is no such thing as a bad trade now for DMG, and it seems like they are very confident in winning fights with all of their characters. Renekton doing the classic get 3k gold ahead and to be completely useless on the first team fight combo, into Nasus doing the classic be completely useless in the laning phase, into dominating in the first team fight combo, and Nomix all game showing dominance as Prime.
I'm in a bit of trouble here.
Here comes Namex.
Namex doesn't have the killer instinct, so can't easily join in. Prime wants to turn it around, but he can't. Well played there from Skater to deny that as now that they've caught out Namex. That's exactly who they want. He has a 700 gold bounty. Who will get the kill? Noodle takes it? I thought surely he would have wanted to give it over, but this guy has something to say this game. 5-1 wants to carry.
Just get the kills, right? In a straight skirmish, in a 2v2 and a 3v3, if Ari via present, you want to bet on those guys.
Caught out Naramin, taking so much
he's
damage
going in.
and will just be sniped out. Very good Featherstorm to keep himself alive for now, but there comes Pizza from the flank. Noodle now the one who has to do the damage. He gets down one. Royson flashing out of the Cataclysm as the walls will now be brought down. Bitzer looking to escape as Noodle whiffs the Q, but so does Skate with the EQ. Re-engage, now cancelled with the charm as this fight is all about the small micro decisions. Who will you take first? Who will you focus? The Skater is in the front line, but won't be taken down as the hook connects Zuko. Simply just phenomenal on this Nautilus. That is Skate Rod's 4th of the game as he's on a rampage. Baron now spawning as well, and I think DMG have got it.
Yeah, I mean, DMG, they're the guys that want fights with all cooldowns down. Boys and Noodle continuing to move up was an absolutely bad idea.
Oh, will they contest? Will they do something here? Can they step up? Can they step up? I mean, it's 3. I mean, Prime is still strong,
Look at the pings!
They want to do something. They're gonna have to fight this. They want to. 3km dropping. They don't have a smite, so it's basically already given out to DMG. But the fight, they can't fight it.
Oh my God,
GG has instead been fouled out by Namex. And that swings the goal back in DMG's favor. They had just made a mistake, but they instantly claw their way back. Phenomenally, they now sit atop the mountain.
Yeah, 8-1-5 now, Namex. So yes, he has been caught out once, but look at the kills, look at the itemization that he has coming in. He's almost on 3rd item. That's going to make it very difficult to do anything into McQuay. By the way, still essentially untouched, right? Not a single death so far. The range this champion has is absolutely phenomenal. But still, you saw with that Noodle Roizen pick the strength of Viari, right? DMG can't allow themselves to get caught in 2v2, 3v3s with that Viari, because if they do, it's very easy for them to just immediately pop one and extend the skirmish off into the other. It's an absolutely deadly combo that works really well in the short term and even better in the long term. So do not give them that opportunity to do it, and DMG should still remain in the driver's seat for the rest of the game. Verden, on the other hand, if they are able to make a pick like that, don't keep extending it, right? Don't keep extending it, because if DMG get their long grouping off, they're going to win the fight overall. Look at how phenomenally powerful they are. They don't have a single weak member right now, despite the KDA on that Nasus, right? Bit fiction there. Verdant. They're going to need to rely on Noodleari, and they're going to need to allow them to make the plays, carry it through, and then wait until they're in a position to do it again.
Let's see how they fight their way back from this deficit. They were able to overcome a very small deficit in game number 1 after they themselves were leading for most parts of it. This time, though, the lead feels more comprehensive. It feels more decisive. As DMG Soul Point as well. The only thing they really haven't got going for them is the Void Drops, but the Baron buff certainly makes up for that. Able to increase their goalie by 3,000 more by getting some neutral objectives as well. Those turrets get taken down. Eyes on the next straight. 40 seconds. My gut feeling, Veteran says that Verdant will put a last stand here. Maybe it's a bit too soon to call it that, but could certainly be a fight that tells us which way this game is going, even though it's already swinging heavily in one team's favor.
I mean, given that top side is not actually a factor here, Verdant can just move everything in towards the bot side and contest this soul point. They're not forced to make a trade or make a split decision. So DMG, they're just going to have to face some straight 5-on-5. Look
at the sums as well, though, on the side of DMG. Namix, Flash, Barrier, Skate, or Flash, and you can see it pretty much every summoner spell is up except for the TP on Meninkainen. The carries, more importantly, liking to stay safe even from a Vi engages. So good poke coming through now. Royson down to half an area and has taken a bit of damage as well. Prime, no flash to close the gap. Royson, no flash to close the gap and connect on a charm. So FGG just got his flash off cooldown. This red engage will have to be more than massive. It will have to be monumental to bring them back in this game. As the soul is dying so quickly, melted through as Noodle are looking for the engage. Nemec is the target, but he goes gold with the Sonya's already completed rather, and this fight has already been decided. It is done, it is dusted. Verdant are being smashed to pieces here as a decisive fight. This goal lead big enough now that DMG could just look to run it down mid and end the game. The snipe is nice. It is the cherry on top. And this is DMG making it 1-1 in this series. No doubt about it, although they might not end it here. 7,000, 8,000 gold lead. Yes, I don't think they can end it, but
23 minutes, 25 kills right there. DMG pulling on a lot of damage on top of Verdant right there. And yeah, like you said, I don't think they're going to be able to end it here, but it looks very unlikely that Verdant are going to be able to find the fight, be able to find skirmish that they need to be able to get back into the game now. This is a commanding presence. This is a commanding lead. The only plus side for Verdant is they can't be baited into a Nexon draft once again on the next round. This is the only time Meninkainen can play his Nasus trick. He has other tricks up his sleeve, right? He has his Irelia still that we are yet to see, and Prime can no longer default back onto the Fiora that's given Verdant so much success in the past as Orbit and Onimo. They're still looking for it, right? They're still looking for picks. Noodle will never be done. Nerriman will never be done. And FGG is caught in that loop, playing to his Psychopaths. Oh, nice. All three of them there in one frame. That's cinematography for you right there.
Peak level cinematography. That's... If there was anything that could get Verdant back in the game, I mean, what is it, right? When you violate one of the carries, Skateward, Sonya's, Namix, Sonya's, both will have flash available as well. Like, I can't see a way Verdant get back in this.
I mean, making picks, which they are trying to do, right?
Yeah, they're looking for Namix. He doesn't have the Sonya's quite yet, so they're going all in on this Kaiser. But look at the kiting. It is phenomenal as Noodle and Royson just run into the meat grinder of DMG Prime, trying to do something, but there the flash comes through from Namix. That was a pure desperation play, and these kills will just be the cherry on top. And icing on the cake, or whatever you want to call it. DMG can march towards victory here down mid lane as Nerriman being chased down by Skater with the snipes of the QW, or QW I think. And now Nerriman will taste death one more time this game. A very common fate for him in this second game of the series. Escapes for now, but I'm sure he will meet his fate sooner rather than later. Their fate has been sealed. This game has been secured. The victory in DMG sights. They will make it 1-1 in this series. Surely they ended here, right? I mean, no, they don't. Come on, man, just end it.
No wave, no wave.
Skate
Look
run.
at the waves. Verdant keep fixing the waves.
What?
They elongate the play. They keep
crazy.
fixing the waves. The only wave available is that mid. Look at bot. Look at top right there. So long as Verdant keep playing for tempo, they're going to keep delaying this game. They're praying DMG make a catastrophic mistake though, right? They'll make the game longer, but unless DMG make a mistake, it is a matter of time in DMG's favor as they still have all the power, and that only increases the further into the game. that we get. Well, actually, I wonder how true that is, to be honest, because I feel like there are a lot of pen options for Verdant in mega late game scenarios.
But you,
Nah,
but how
I
do you
feel
drag
like
this
Wei
game
would
out to
still be
mega
better.
late game?
Yeah, I would the way they're doing it right now. They understand waves far
Yeah,
better.
I mean,
than
yes,
we
they
do.
get the waves, but surely, like with 5 more minutes of this or Baron buff, that's just it. And with Noodle being caught out like this, that is certainly not gonna help your chances. He can run around and spend some time forcing him to chase him down, but
At which
the
point
end,
now
he,
the will fix spot. He might give his life for the wave, by the way. Nah, he doesn't wave it.
He just queues over here, tries to get out with the Hex
That
Gate, right?
pulls.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the Hex Gate. Not gonna be able to get to it. But obviously, yes, does waste time, but this should just be the Baron, no? 40 seconds. Yes, the waves have been
it's-
fixed, but they can just
It's
charge
likely
it down.
to be Baron either way.
Yeah, that's a fair point. The white flag has been waved by Nemix. Probably Virtue signaling that Verdant should just do that this game as their backs thoroughly against the wall, but there has been no kickback. With all the flag here Verdant in the second game after what was a dominant game number 1. DMG looked very strong, and the silver lining, the consolation with Verdant is that they won't be seeing Kaiser anymore this series. With both teams now playing it, there won't be another Kaiser game before us.
Yeah, we did see how skirmish heavy both of these AD carries are. Very similar players, both of them big Lucian numbers, right? Big Lucian numbers. And I hope that with Kaiser off the board, that's the next champion that we get from either of them. Really, really excited to see that. And you should be too. If you stay on Twitch TV/NLC Lulworth, all of that action for you.
Boom.
With me, Archer on Rudude, can't remember who the other guy was, and unfortunately, Duckling.
You mean the best thing, Doctor? Yummy veteran. We are unstoppable in the cast. It is thoroughly a pleasure, and I do hope you say the same.
I said what I said.
Jesus Christ, but I hate you. Regardless now, DMG continuing to push down this top lane, this Baron buff, making the way easier. And while Verdant understand waves, DMG allow them to continue to clear the waves. As they...
I was gonna say, like...
I thought they would just keep charging it down with the Baron. Surely that's what you do here, no?
I mean, I don't think they're confident they can win the fight.
No, but
because there's lots-
I guess they're
there wasn't
playing
even
by the
enough
book,
of-
but sometimes you have to
I
skip
even
one
think
step.
it's playing
Be
by the
brave.
I
I mean,
think they should have kept going.
Jesus Christ. I mean, they're probably going to get the Elder now as well, and then they're going to take the fight that will win them the game. That has to be it, right?
Oh, he's fixing top. She has TP.
Is this a
Depending on
potential
how long
Elder
this
steal
takes.
into
They-
comeback
they-
angle
They
from
took
Verdant?
they took the shrine while DMG were top. Okay, I see how it is.
Oh.
Is she gonna finish? Yeah, she finished. Okay, 3-item Ari this time.
Yeah, Noodle though, in trouble.
TPing
TP's in. Royson has to run for the hills here. This
That is
Naz is slow. Such a disgusting ability, man. I hate Wither as a good engage comes through, forcing the
all
flash and
three
summoners all to
charges
be
gone.
burned. Noodle still alive somehow, unsure about how that
Yeah.
happened as DMG now run back towards the Elder. How is this game not over?
Yeah, because they're chasing really hard for this and they haven't started the Elder. Wave top is still pushing, I think, in
I
Verdant's
swear to
favour.
God, man,
Yeah,
if
but I
Verdant
think
win
they have
this,
enough.
DMG, bro, I'll be...
Nah, they can't win this.
No,
It's
Royson
really
picked
close,
off,
yeah.
taken down, legendary for bits and out. I guess Noodle has to go for this 50-50. But like, how do you get in the 50-50 situation from where you are placed currently?
Oh!
Oh, are they gonna go for
going
Skate
for it.
Run? Oh, Skate Run forced to flash.
Skater what saw?
Hex Gate behind. They've caught out Nerman, but yet again, he does no damage, so it doesn't really matter. Prime is the one who does a bit, but there is just not enough damage on this roster. It's a good engage. Yes, they get one, but look at who's untouched. It is Skate Run. He's dishing out the damage. You can do all the nice
That's it.
engages you want, Verdant, but
Bot wave,
DMG,
bot wave.
they've got their foot on your throat,
There
and
you
they are
go.
now pressing down. You are done. You are out. You are dusted. Game 2 goes in favor of DMG.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, eventually they won. Remember, at 23 minutes, they had 25 kills. They end 36 kills at 31 minutes. By rights, against any other team, this would have been a far, far, far faster victory. But Verdant still showing the map play that made them such a dominant threat before. DMG, though, showing the team fighting, the aggression, all of those skills that have made them a force to be reckoned with so far in Aurora.
Maybe they
Oh!
clutch it. I mean, if they didn't end here, I would have been very, very
No, they
disappointed
end.
in them. They do get in the end, and they don't give the shutdown going over from Pizza being legendary. 1-1, this series is tied. We've had a... Yeah, you have to say the same, right? We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
We-
Way, there it is. I
And
said it.
and speaking of 1-1, 11-11 final score for Narmix there on the Kai'Sa. The gauntlet was thrown. You can do Kai'Sa now, Min. I can do Kai'Sa too. Let's bring out the Lucian. I want to see them trade Lucians now, because we do have a 4-game series minimum, and I want to see which one is able to put up the numbers.
And with that, we will throw it to a break as DMG are able to strike back in game number 2. This series is heating up, ladies and gentlemen, and follow it right here on twitch.tv/NLClaw.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
And all of a sudden, the 1-in-1 shows up on the scoreboard. Vi taking the first L for Verdant. Don't even start that, J-Real!
Not
I'm
even
watching
surprising. I know that I changed my mind because Verdant made me believe, but I should have believed truly in the hate in my heart of Vi. Okay, this champion, it doesn't do enough. It does a lot in the early game. We saw it. They were able to get ganked. They were able to go top lane. They dove the Nasus, right? But then what does the Vi do? They had 6 kills at one point, and it's just Zonya's, and your champ's done.
What I needed from you, Jay,
Yeah.
was more conviction in your own beliefs. I told you I baited you into the 3-0 pick, and you went, all right, fine. But so far, you've called this series to a T, and you've got because you initially were like, oh yeah, I'll give Verdant the first game. We'll give DMG game 2. Really, you thought it was going to be a 3-1, and I baited you into the 3-0 pick.
Yeah,
know
I'm a
what's
man of
beautiful?
conviction. I'm a
Yeah,
man of
tell
high
me.
risks. You know, it's like I don't. I've moved on. All right, I've moved on in my life. I no longer play the save champ. I don't play the Zac anymore. You know, we're now the Echo main. Right? It's all about the firepower, and that's who I want in this series, Archon. If you ever ask me that question, it's Echo jungle.
Okay, I dig that. What I love the most is I just threw in the bait and you completely took it in from the fight.
We're whippersnappers, bro. We're taking that bait every day.
To start talking about the second game, I want to understand expectations from the draft and how the teams wanted to play around those expectations. Because you see that, J Real, calm yourself. You see the Vi, and then the Vi wanted to play around something, and it was not the same for the Jarvan. At the end of the day, I want to understand what happened at the beginning, because most people can look into this game as like, oh, it was a stomp. It was an 8 to 55 kill, so it was a stomp. No, it was not like that at the beginning.
No, I think, again, setting the context for the stomping is going to be really important, because we saw a split map, and it was the exact split map that Jay highlighted at the top of the day, where we'd see one jungler go topside, one jungler go bot lane, and then that would be the story of the match. We saw Prime get a couple kills on the top side, managed to dive the Nasus once or twice, but then we also got to see the exact opposite happen down on the bot side, where it's Bitset on the Jarvan, goes forward, in under the turret, level 3, finds a quick dive, quick kill even, and finds a nice advantage for that bot side, which then leads into an absolute shellacking. Don't get me wrong. I think that's really important for context as well, that Namex might not have had the Draven game he wanted, but had by far and away the more standout Kai'Sa performance. And I want to highlight Zuko. I know that the caster desk did a little bit of this, but Zuko was playing out of his mind. All of the dives that he was setting up down on that bot side was tanked perfectly, managing aggro was to a T, mechanically getting himself out of danger as well, always on top of his performance, and then also just right place, right time, standard support stuff, but he was on top of it the entire match.
Yeah, and I want to allow you to talk about the Vi. Yes,
we don't have to go on about the Vi, because I think that the Vi did the right thing in the early game. Right, you got your team ahead. Admittedly, focusing the Renekton, it didn't pay off in this game. Right, they weren't able to get strong enough because Namex was just way too powerful in that bot side. Right, I will say, like, I have to quote Veteran on this one, right, but like Neramin. Yeah, has this guy ever flashed to save his life? Who knows? I think that could have definitely also played a massive role, right? I think if Neramin was able to play that weak side a lot safer, there is a world where actually they come out of that with Prime being very, very strong, and actually Namex not being an insane monster and just being able to shred him completely. So I do wonder if maybe like this shows a bit of weakness towards Verdant, where they actually should be playing more towards their bot side, and actually their bot side don't like playing weak side, in which that's definitely something that we could see exploited by DMG further in the series.
Yeah, there's a very close alternate timeline. The first real fight that we got to see was around the Drake in the bot blue side jungle, and we saw the way that the timeline happened is Prime TP's in on this Renekton who's 3k gold up, presses ult, dies instantly. That was the timeline that we saw. But equally, if that fight plays out just a little bit differently, if that ward had been placed in the wolf pit instead of in the brush just next to it, he could have maybe TP'd in, flashed on Namex, one-shots Namex, and that entire fight, the entire game even, pans out completely differently. There was that breaking point around the around that dragon, around that fight, and again, if that turns in a different direction, the entire lineage of that match gets turned on its head. So the argument for if we've done the right thing by focusing the Renekton comes down to how well those team fights get played out. Because the Renekton fumbles on those crucial team fights, it wasn't the right thing. But if we ended up seeing Prime flash in, kill Namex in a second, it's like, oh, of course, this is why we're focusing the Renekton. Of course we're going to get him all these kills.
And I think to also just add one more point to that, it is that, like, for anyone at home being like, oh, well, DMG just completely smashed that game. Look at that last fight that they had, and how close that fight could have been had Verdant not been over 10,000 gold behind, right? If they were slightly more even, they win that fight, they potentially come back into the game and they can end it, right? Obviously, DMG, they had the luxury, they didn't need to worry about it going perfectly because they were over 10,000 gold ahead. But it's been shown in both games, both teams are very, very close. They can both take the games off each other's hands, and it's about how they set themselves up in those earlier stages, which, I will say, for DMG, they started off a lot better in the early game. I think there was a lot more proactivity.
But not only those 10,000 gold, Ari was also there. It was a 4v5, and it kind of came close, showcasing something that it was Veteran that kept saying, the fact that this team is just delaying, because if they can get into the mega late game, something might happen. So Verdant is aware of what they need to do, nonetheless, even though DMG controlled this until a certain point. I believe it was mid-game. We were on the desk and we were talking, well, this is 8-20 and somehow they're only 4,000 gold ahead. So what is happening? So there's a world where Verdant understands how they need to upgrade and evolve and actually come back into the cities. But there's also a world where DMG is like, well, we feel more comfortable now. And FGG just lost Leona, just lost Rel, and Rel didn't look that hot. So what is he going back into? Because if you look into the champion pool, he only played Milio outside of Leon and Rel.
I think you still have Nautilus, still have things like Thresh, Braum, Alistair, right? You've got plenty of... There are tools still available. I will say support is not a role limited with its engaged champions, so I wouldn't be too worried yet, even a Rakan. Rakan screams of FGG to me, even though I've not seen him specifically on it. It screams FGG because of the maneuverability that the champion has and like the in and out slipperiness that there is.
So what are the other champions that we should be worried about? We are 3 minutes away from this champion select as well. What should we be more considerate right now, as Verdant are picking red side, and is red side a winning condition? So far 100%, but let's understand this.
So by the logical route that we've seen Bitzer go down, Veteran again mentioned this on the desk, where he goes, well, if he doesn't get Bitzer, doesn't get Jarvan, typically will result to Vi. Would expect to see a Vi at some point. Apologies to Jay for that one, which then leads us into thinking potentially Namex will take a Xayah, because Xayah is the next logical answer for your bot lanes. The issue then becomes, well, what's the actual AD carry that we're going to be seeing played? Xayah relatively low range early on, so you get opened up for something like a Jinx can come through, relatively long range. Also, Xayah not the best at punishing early, so you can go for more scaling oriented, something like a Smolder if they want to pull something really deep out of the pocket. There's a few options, and the way that these drafts get augmented based on which picks have already been taken and which can't come through anymore is really interesting.
No, I don't think it's coming out just now, right? I don't think this pick is going to happen just yet. I think they're waiting.
The Game 5 super.
I think DMG are waiting for Poppy to go, right? I think if Poppy is played, this opens up a whole world of champions for Menendicane, right? Because I think that now that Renekton is gone, Riven very much upping in priority, right? There is a world where this champion could get played very soon if Poppy is taken off the board, because I feel like Menendicane is just waiting for their opportunity to really get into some heavy champions, right? Where they can start to dictate themselves and start to play around. They've already shown the Nasus. They've already shown that they know how to play top lane. They had a tough time and they managed to come out really, really far ahead, right? They managed to really do a lot of work on the Nasus, right? It kind of felt like that moment of like, you know, you have an older brother and a younger brother, and then like the younger brother finally becomes the right age, does some steroids, and then just absolutely smokes the Renekton, you know? Like that was kind of like the energy of the matchup, right? But it's a sentiment of like,
we crossed some timelines there. We choose two different universes.
There were a couple of editions there, but it's a sentiment where I do feel like Menendicane, I'm really expecting either an Irelia or a Riven to come out in the next couple of games. I'm assuming game 4 is where we'll see it, because I think they want to see if the Poppy can go somehow in game 3.
So what you're hearing, what I'm hearing anyway, is they're playing Poppy chicken with one another, where one of them either really wants to pick it or really doesn't want it to get picked, so they have to use some champion like a Zac, for example, that's like, oh, Poppy's really good here, you should take Poppy, and then bait them into the Poppy pick, and then game 4 they can lock in or an Irelia where the Poppy pick would be really good. By extension, Jay, I will say the other option that they've got is just taking Poppy Riven on the same rotation, or Poppy Irelia. So,
Poppy Irelia.
Because Poppy can be played support, played jungle, it's very infrequently played top lane anymore.
I like
Champion
it.
select. Irelia is still available, but also
Correct.
the usual. We have the Ashe, Yone being banned on the red side. Now it makes sense. And the Syndra being removed from DMG, interestingly enough. Yeah, I see your face, JP. Talk to me.
Yeah, no, as you said, there's no Ashe ban so far. So there is a world where Neramin is going to get that champion. I do wonder if maybe DMG are baiting it a little bit, because they've previously banned the Ori, the Syndra, and... Oh, I want to say... I want to say Sejuani was in that mix at one point. But no, it is going to be the Ashe this time around.
And then Aurora comes through. Final red side ban. Again, so DMG, pick of the litter. What will they opt into? And, you know, we can't get baited by hovers, but that's been locked in now. Lucian is a flex pick. Scatterrock can take this into the mid lane. We were talking in the green room and on air, possible for double AD carries for DMG. We've seen it a lot from them through summer. Wouldn't be surprised if this either goes to that bot lane or that mid lane.
And Namix does love this champion as well. So it is definitely viable. The Namix could take it, but as you said, flexibility is there. Noodle going over for the Jin Zhao. So keeping that early game, looking to get aggressive with it. I do like this a lot more than the Vibe, but I don't think I need to really say that on broadcast. And the Ezreal, also a nice flex between that mid and bot lane.
Just wanted to let you know that DMG can pick the Vibe.
Yeah, I know.
Think about that. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Well,
This is a Vi-free zone.
There you go. The pair is made up. Even though we are not 100% sure that Lucian's going bot, it's like a 99 at this point.
Yeah, this soft locks it.
Yeah, it's like Lucian is flexible. 3 lanes. Nami's locked in. Okay, he's going AD carry. Okay, bring in the fish.
No, this is actually the Nami jungle bits of special, so that they can play the Lucian mid lane. Oh. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe with the jungler getting locked in, it might not actually be Nami going into the jungle.
It's getting difficult!
It's getting really difficult to maintain the idea that this Lucian's a flex pick, guys. What this does tell us, though, obviously, that there's going to be some very high emphasis on that bot lane. For Verdant specifically, they have to absorb that pressure. The idea of taking an Ezreal, for me, feels like you're going to try and absorb it nicely, but with a Nautilus, it means this is going to be a weak side Neramin game. And this is what he maybe struggled a little bit with last time round. And if they can utilize a good top side window, get Prime ahead, get him snowballed, maybe there can be a bit of a better advantage coming out of the top side this game.
Tristana finally showcased herself, but on the ban phase right now, coming in from Verdant, they want to remove their one, even though both AD carries are already locked in. It's mostly for the mid lane, unless they want to pull a tricky one and bring Ezreal into the mid.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about that, right? Because Rude, you play Samira, right?
I do play Samira.
You also recently tried Nyla, and I feel like, you know what? Like, they've got the hook to catch the fish. Now they just need a bit of damage to go and follow it up.
No, unironically, this would actually be a relatively decent game for something like a Neela, a Samira. You raise a very good point. That is also within the wheelhouse of Neramin, I'd like to think. Just something that goes forward and gets a little bit wild with it. So you wouldn't be wrong. You would then be very much pigeonholing yourself into a very AP-oriented top laner, which we'll have to see from Prime here, really, to give that. Well, let's see. That's not Gragas. It's not a top laner.
You sure?
Why aren't they playing for the Samira angle, Jay? What's happening?
Oh, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. Like, Hui is great, right? Hui is great. We saw it last time. It's great. They're going for the long range. They're going for the poke. I would have loved the Samira, but, we can't always have what we want.
So the Xin Zhao then here is acting as a bridge, right? To get Verdant from early to late game. Xin Zhao is your power in the early stages of the game. Hopefully you can pair it with FGG, try and bully this Maokai out of the jungle a little bit, and then when you reach that late game stage, you've got poke from Royston, poke from Neramin, and they will be able to carry you through those late game team fights. Jack's locked in on that top side as the blind for Men in Kane, so a little bit more of that fighter style that we've been hoping to see from him. And now the question for DMG becomes, what do they round out in the mid lane to answer with this Hui?
Guardian out, way out. You bring in more AD.
Okay.
On time. It's hyper tank time.
It's been a while. I feel like it's been a while since Corki mid has really been seeing its face, and you know what, I'm not sad about that, but here we go. We got it again. The tank being locked in is the Gragas. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but they decided against my Samira plan, so I don't know if I'm that happy about it, but
and they could have done it anyway.
I think the Gragas is great. I think it's definitely going to be able to do a lot against the Jacks, and you know what, they're setting themselves up, but I won't lie, I'm not really sure how I want to call it. I don't really know who I think won draft.
So the Gragas does really well versus the Jax specifically in lane, right? As soon as you see the Jax charging up the Counter-Strike, you're like, He's going to jump on me. He's going to jump on me. He's going to jump. And then the second he does, you just body slam. And then you just walk away. It's a really solid matchup for Prime early on. Should be tricky for Menin. So an advantage on that top side for Verdant, which is useful for them because as we've established, expectations of that bot side are that it's going to be pretty rough early doors.
So I want to know, okay? Dude, I want to know. What's your take from this game? And the J-Real, I'm letting you think about it because I know you're going to run away from your inner thoughts like the reality. So I'm giving you some time.
So DMG have got themselves, obviously, this jacks up on that top side. Outside of that, they're scaling, Corki in the mid lane, good enough scaling. Down on that bot side, Lucian becomes really difficult to pilot early on. We're very likely to see a split map. We're very likely to see a opt into late game for Verdant where they try and just wait for Ezreal and Hui to be DPS sources. They can maybe try and look to play through this top side with the Zinzao, with the Gragas as well. But if they can't get anything found there, they don't really need to worry because their late game will be on their side. DMG, on the other hand, they need to really force early on. They need to get themselves that Lucian rolling, and then they can look to take fights and hopefully close this game out relatively quickly.
J-Real.
I think I'm going to stick with what I said from the start of the day, right? I think from the start of the day, I've been right when I went for the logic brain of like, okay, first game Verdant, second game DMG, and I called 3-4 to be Verdant as well. However, we're not going to pretend that that's what I predicted in the end. I did say 3-0, and I will stick by that, man of my word. But I do think this game will be Verdant, so I am going to keep with them right now. I think the Hui is just going to do Hui things, and I feel like there's a lot of squishy ADCs that are going to get absolutely obliterated when that storm crashes.
You know what? I have my prediction inside of this sealed letter, and I'll open it.
Are you going to read the wrong name?
I'm going to read this. It is with the utmost... No, I have on both sides. It is with the utmost elegance that we unveil the most intriguing revelation. Our esteemed individual, Duckling, while undeniable distinguished, does not hail from the enchanted realms of Denmark. Well, this finish. Take it away, boys!
What? I'm so confused. I was not expecting that. I still have my eggs out and everything.
That's
I was not
crazy, man.
expecting that.
No, that is
It
actually
was
crazy.
just for 0.
That is crazy. I've just been told I'm not Danish. I mean, if I open this, I can see this beauty. Ah! A very beautiful thing, aka a Denmark jersey, match worn as well, by the way. I'll let that be known to the world. I'll put this here to represent my nationality, which is certainly not Finnish.
I think you're defending this a bit too hard, Duckling.
What do you mean, bro?
Now I'm questioning. Now I'm starting to question it.
You know what? I really like you, Richard. Don't do this to me, man. You know I'm not from the most irrelevant country in Scandinavia, aka Finland. Sorry,
I never said anything about any of that, man. That's all you.
I've said that repeatedly, though. I do think Finland is the most irrelevant country in Scandinavia. Deal with it.
Oh, I didn't even know you were talking about that. Okay. Alright, cool. Anyway, Lucian has been locked in. Narmex on the Lucian. Neverman on the Lucian game 4, question mark? So, Gauntlet's been thrown. Lucian Nami classic comp. Paired with the Maokai, also extremely classic. Press R, when Lucian presses R. Set up everything for him. Job done. Neverman should have outplayed potential, but let's be real, that E is going forward, that flash is going forward, this just means he's going to go forward from 2 screens away, as opposed to the classic. And DMG are already 1-0 up, right? They are 1 game in to potentially taking revenge for the NLC against the Orbit Anonymo that 2-0'd Lions Creed and knocked them out in spring. Against Noodle, who knocked Ruddy out in summer, against the 2 champions of the NLC, right? All in one juicy, singular team in the form of Verdant. DMG ready to cast their vote in favour of NLC and do it with their fists.
A vote for DMG is a vote for the NLC.
Exactly! A vote for DMG is a vote for the NLC. Is there anything less NLC than Verdant at the end of the day, Duckling?
Oh.
I think not. They've clearly shown where their votes are, as they burn Zuko's flash on bot.
Yeah,
Right,
let's see here, though, Nemix. Feeling confident to step back up. Worthwhile reminder, though, veteran, is as soon as you join the NLC, in my book, you're now NLC talent. I don't care if you've only played it for Aurora Cup, you're now NLC property. So when you make LEC or something, you're an NLC talent.
We own those guys. Yes,
Yeah,
slavery
like-
is back in the form
No,
of NLC ownership.
They are now the property of the NLC region, and when they have success, all success will be accredited to the NLC. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no!
Menenkainen, I mean, hailing from the irrelevant country of Finland, dies 1v1.
Mate, I think Prime's taking ownership of Menenkainen a bit there, okay? Like, holy god, man. Another solo kill. Repeated solo kills from Prime over the course of this series.
Yeah, Prime has had a phenomenal
Against
series. I mean,
his
Menenkainen has just been surviving, you could say. Even in the Nasus game, it was about surviving early on, and then having a bit of fun later on, right? As Pizza passing towards the bot lane, we'll keep our eyes on what happens down there. Obviously worth to look at. While we do have a Nami Lucian down there, you would expect some extra TP now. Top lane for Prime to keep his pressure going.
Only one super scaler though, right in his pool. Like, yes, the rarely exists, but there's much more counterplay to that than there is to the Nasus scaling on the late game. So let's see what ends up happening. Let's see when they decide to bring out their additional carries. We've seen the Fiora from Prime, we've seen the Nasus now from Menenkainen. Interesting thing here, I did expect Corki in this series, but not from Skater. I figured it would be Roizen, a phenomenal Corki player. Polish Corki, after all.
FGG.
We talk about it for a reason.
Burton and DMG both fishing for an opportunity down here. FGG flash in committal, full on dynamics. Barrier blown, flash not used. Now, is there a potential re-engage here for DMG? Yes, they survived the initial onslaught from Burton. No, there is not. They'd rather just force them back. Namex crucially holding on to the flash.
Good wave though, right? Neramin also not flashing forward immediately. Maybe he's been tamed a little by previous experiences. Noodle though, paired up with the other Psycho on his team, ready for a skirmish. Xin Zhao, one of the best skirmishers in the game. Ezreal 1-3, famously strong. Nautilus, you know, he's been known to be good if he lands it. Noodle landing on bits, eh?
Yeah, good amount of damage on this Maokai. Neramin solo as well. The barrier comes through. The flash is not enough to get out to safety. As now the flash will be used from Nemix to try and do the exact same thing. Neramin failed at, and so too he will fail. Zuko has the flash. Is there a way out? Yes, is the emphatic answer, as the turret keeps him safe. A 2-for-1 in favor of Burton.
Yep, almost a really good wave for Verdant as well, but they held the wave for so long up there that the minions were able to get an advantage on the red side, so they've instead had to fix the wave, reset it entirely. Then on the next rotation, you could conceivably have Neramin Noodle going for a big skirmish on bot side of FGG.
And as Roizen continues to just put pressure down in this mid lane, as Void Grubs and Drake start to spawn, we'll ask the question of how much this will mean Neramin. The Psychopath is a level 3 in mid lane, spotted out, but also spots out Pizza's move, so I guess that's good. That was good. This is just a realization, right? That he can't do anything but... He can't do anything but due to the fact that the wave was pushed so far forward. So
and he won't lose anything.
Wanted to, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he loses nothing, and just wanted to use his time wisely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like anything he's missing on bot, he was missing regardless, right? So it's good for him to try to make that play happen on mid again. Map play from these guys always being really, really strong. It's on the next wave where they'll start to try to do anything. Maybe you want to thin out the wave a little bit against Lucian now if you want to go all in on skirmish, but with no summoners and knowing that Lucian will have barrier time before him, maybe he doesn't want to go there yet. Bitsay does spot a target.
Prime, there's been a bit of trouble. The explosive cast is good. The turret, only one shot comes through though. Would have needed another one, then Pizza could have been in trouble as well. Prime with the flash should be safe. Using it, and Menenkainen without his. Unable to close the gap. Again, the Q cast connects as the mana bar is quite low, but there is still enough for one more combo here from Prime. Won't put it out. Roizen now in a bit of trouble here against Skate Rod. Spiraling Despair is coming out and deals a bit of damage. Noodle turns his attention to the Void Grub. Action across the rift. This time no kills, but neutral objectives to Prize.
Yeah, I mean, they were losing these purple objects in the first game, but they have not given them up in the next two games. And they did give up the entire game last game, so maybe purple objectives aren't all that. I remember someone showing me that, like, the win rate for purple objectives was really low, so I don't think it's qualitative, right? Like, generally, if you're playing for top lane, you're not playing for, like, a critical champion. You know, you should realistically be playing for bot lane. So you'd find yourself top lane because, you know, your critical champion is not actually doing well. That's just a tangent. Please take over. I'm just chatting BS. Please.
Yeah, I am
please,
intently and intensely as well looking at this bot lane, as it feels like it is always at the cusp of a big breakout 2v2, potentially 3v3 as well, with the junglers often spending their time hovering around here. One big note to take away is Verden got 3 Void Grubs, as there comes the hook. Exactly as we could have expected at all the time to come through. Namex taking so much damage here, but good counter damage back on FGG. Nice juke on that bubble, otherwise he would have been in trouble. The barrier burned from Namex Bitses here. Same goes for Noodle, but look at the rotation coming in from Skater. There will be a 4v3 here, as Verdant, the ones on the front foot now, seem to be caught out. FGG dead, Naramin dead as well! But the auto, the level up, the double kill for Namex! I'm not sure how they made that work, but DMG come out on top.
Yeah, Bitsay managing to force Noodle off though. Noodle all the way up towards mid lane there instead of being able to be a part of that fight. And I wouldn't expect Nerman to go for anything else other than the kill at the end there. And he was dangerously close to getting it. Zuko though blocking that W from Narrowman really, really nicely. You can see those tank tendencies still coming out. Even while playing this Enchanter Mage for Namex. He's making it worth. 3-1. Remember 11-2-11 last game. Dominant performance.
He goes in.
Namex showing up.
Does connect with the wind, becomes lightning. I assume he's just trying to buy time for either Rosen to rotate in and look for the QW, or just delay the recall so you have more tempo. Go on towards the Drake now. Still be able to claim the first true neutral objectives of the game, so they can be satisfied with that. But at the end of the day, 3-1 Lucian. If you're DMG, you're very much not unhappy either.
Look, I mean, if you're a DMG fan out there, I know plenty of you are, and an odd amount of you are Kurds, you've seen Namex do this sort of thing before, right? You didn't just see it last game. The entire split, Namex has been the guy people look at when they look at DMG, especially on this particular champion. Yes, his Kai'Sa is good. Most skirmishing AD carries Kai'Sa is good, but Namex, this is his signature pick. He's turning up, only 200 gold lead right now. But we know how heavily that can snowball for him. As FGG looks to try to shut that down.
Hook connects, but it's not onto Namex though. And Namex is now doing quite a lot of damage with the SN Fever already completed. TP in as well. Manekine trying to keep his bot lane alive here. Noodle. Oh, instead they turn towards Nerman actually, as he's not the one in trouble. The flash doesn't come through Namex. And now on a killing spree. And look who's coming in from behind as well. Skateboard wants even more here. DMG want it all, and they're gonna go for it. It's first on towards Noodle, who despite the Crescent guy can't find the way out. Skateboard getting his first of the game, and it's Verden making the moves, but it's DMG winning the fights.
Nerman truly cannot conceive of using that flash for absolutely anything other than damage. Though admittedly, if he knew Jax had flash as well, it would just be flash for flash and still a death. So he probably genuinely prefers to hold it for an aggressive pick later on. You see a temporary swap happening as Nerman catches out mid as bot lane gets fixed by Voisin. Voisin primed the big fixers of the team, always being able to get those waves out, always being able to get tempo back into the game, as Nerman goes for opportunity into opportunity into opportunity until eventually it works with the time that is being bought. Prime just dunking top really. Menekane does make a good play on towards bot side, but that's going to be the most impact he has. He suffered greatly for it. 30 CS behind, and Prime with multiple plays to show for it.
Notice Royston's HP here, 65 HP after Namex went in for trade. So
yeah,
close to going down. Bloodthirsty Namex here, who had a great game number 2, looking to continue that despite not being able to play the Kai'Sa. Void Grubs 4, 5, and 6 now spawn as Verden wants to claim all of them in this third game. I've been very happy with these Void Grubs, and they'll continue to keep that trend alive.
Yeah, but how much of this is the fact that they just can't seem to win against Namex for the last 2 games? Like, is this indicative of the struggles Verdant has found into DMG's newfound strength, right? Almost everybody predicted a Verdant win here, myself included, particularly the history of Zorbet and Onimo. But my god, would they give me a smile to see this DMG team be able to take it to them. Not just to 5 games, but all the way to a 3-game win.
Yeah, they're not just testing Verdant, they are really making them work for it. And as you say, seem like real contenders to win this series, as although it's a 500 goal lead, DMG certainly happy with how much of this game have gone so far. Namex now claiming a plate for himself. FGG looking to try and stop the party that DMG are having on the spot side. But the speed up, the slows, it's too much. You can't close the gap, and now the backup disappears. TP top lane as Prime continues to bully out Menenkainen. I mean, Prime is having a phenomenal series, you can't deny that. And this time I feel like he has more to say on this Gragas, a potential Gragas 1-ball combo. Can certainly change the game.
I can deny it. It just wouldn't be true at all, would it? Prime, one of the best top laners in the season, especially in swing split. He was up there with. Ooh,
Good
he
damage
might
from
be dead
Skater.
while I say that.
Oh, the
Oh
rocket
no!
goes wide as now
Not
the recall can
today.
safely come through.
Yep. Wide man makes the rocket go wide as he recalls with that teleport. So if the skirmish was to break out in mid here,
Right.
definitely he'd be able to join it.
Bit of
Keeping top
damage on
row.
Menikina, but he's fine for now. As now the combo fully comes through, spiraling despair. I don't think it's
Oh my
enough,
God.
but he'll be forced away from the minions yet again, and instead we'll have to then boogie around the poke of Royson as he can't take too much more of it. This top laner can just not catch a break. 58 CS. It's a horrifically bad number. But to be fair to him, what can this man do, man? He can't catch a break.
Yeah, no, he can't. As Prime, though, basically perpetually on the break, chugging his beer, farming, winning lane. There was a time this guy was up there with both Boda and Trayson as the big figures of top lane in the ERLs, right?
I mean, I can
Kind
see
of
that.
dropped off after Orbit Nonimo in terms of his presence, but in terms of skill, you can see all the characteristics have made him one of these really fierce contenders. And like Trayson, though, he's not one of those insane team fights. Split pushing's his big thing. Going one-on-one, going mano-y-mano as he walks up ahead of Menenek to make sure he gets as many autos as he possibly can in this trade. Look, moving up again, making sure Menenek has to go through him if he ever
He's
wants to
playing this
escape
track
and
is so
saying
well,
no.
man. It is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful showboating here, really. As the
Yeah.
Gragas is just played to perfection. I mean, as someone who has played quite a bit of Gragas myself, that was absolutely perfect.
Yep, there it was.
I mean, sometimes
Oh,
you
so
just sit
purpose.
back as a caster and
Sometimes-
enjoy the League of Legends you're watching. Like, yeah, it's just really, really good League of Legends. As Nerman might be caught out here. We'll see more good League of Legends here as DMG. Looking for the play. Nice disengage from Zuko as the twisted advance is aiming towards Royson. Flies wide. And is that a second turret killed on? Wait. Top side. I think Prime has just taken a second turret, but more on that later though. As Zuko might be in a bit of trouble. Royson is recalling, so they don't want to commit to this fight. It's very clear that Verton do not have that intention. But yeah, 2 turrets have now been killed top side as well. 3.6 thousand gold lead between these two top laners. What in the world?
He had that last time on the next, and he had a really similar
Yeah,
gold
but he
lead on the
had
next
a
and last
few
time as well.
ganks, and this time it's all on his own.
Yeah. This time it's entirely on his own. I mean, he's just absolutely taking it to Jax. Jax also, do bear in
Oh, they
mind,
want to
did do
fight
that
us.
TP.
They so want
He
to
did
fight
do that
us.
TP play on bot side for Namix.
But I
as
mean,
it looks
Royson,
like we're going
low
into
on mana, Neramin, low on mana. The Drake has already been taken. Do you still want this fight, guys? FPG seem to think that the answer is yes. Namix on the flank. Could look for something here, but good damage back on him, though, as he steps a bit too far forward. Now, though, the mana bar has been drained from Neramin and Verdant disengaged, rather, as they're unable to find anything. The Drake went over to DMG.
Yeah, I don't think he went too far forward. He didn't even burn any summoners getting out of there. His ultimate will be up soon, and almost nothing is up now on his compatriots plant on Neramin. He's able to lock him in a little bit there. Look, he's even setting up a play there. He knows he's vulnerable now. He knows he has all the cooldowns coming up immediately. If he can keep him there, he's going to be able to secure a kill very, very easy, which is why FDG is forcing him off. But Neramin, I mean, this guy doesn't really seem to feel much fear or much of anything. Oh!
Ooh, nice little play there. Skate run, lower mana, but with both
Laying him
Menekai and bits of that, just has to be a bit careful. Let him know you're there. Look at the item difference between the top laners. This is crazy.
Yeah.
That is absolutely
Yeah.
routine.
Should note that FGG was able to protect Nerman on the bot side there and managed to secure a recall despite the overstay on the additional wave. So Namix was not able to find that lethal he'd been setting up for a bit. Really Herald, oh my god, man. Dude, this game feels like it's been going on a lot longer than it has because of how much action has been happening on the Rift. Herald will be contested by DMG. All the ults do come out. Noodle, Royce, and they know they can't fight Lucian with those ults in play. Nami ult is still in play. Let's see if they're able to
Harold
do something.
down to
Thanks for the
2k.
best
Who
we
will
can
take
get.
it? The fight has begun, so let's put the focus to that instead. For FGG
No!
and Bits are both taken low. Elder, or what? Not
Okay.
Elder.
Well.
If the Herald secured by Verton as the fight continues to unfold in front of our eyes.
He's
Prime
on
from
him!
the flank. It's phenomenal.
No!
It is oh so good, but Royson takes so much damage as the carries of DMG
Yes!
still alive.
Oh,
but
he
only
got
one
him!
remain. It is Skate Run. He will get one, but now he falls. It's a triple kill for Noodle, and it's the fight to Verton.
Yeah, Namix serving the flash up because there was absolutely no escape and no reason to use it. Prime with that flank, FGG with the initial flank, they're able to pincer. The pincers close, the claw happens, and DMG's lead has been amputated.
Yeah, the DMG train has been stopped. Namex had been shut down, and now Burton continue to do what they do best, hitting away at the turrets. They've already gotten those 6 void grubs that we know they love oh so much, and now they're really gonna abuse them and continue to get as many turrets as possible.
Worth noting, Noodle, really high KDAs and numbers being put up in both of these games on these skirmishing junglers. We do like to talk about his aggression, the Noodle event horizon being a very real thing in summer. Good to see that's still happening because Verdant, yes, we know them as a map team, but this game especially, they've been getting their advantages on fights, on skirmishes, on picks, and Noodle has been a big part of that. As much as we want to praise Prime's absolute dominance in this particular game.
Yeah, Prime has been nothing short of exceptional, but the rest of Verdant also stepping up. I do want to say Nerman continues to be a bit of a psychopath, and I guess some things just never change. We've seen it in all 3 games. When it works, it looks very good. When it doesn't work, it looks very questionable. Regardless, though, the Herald now summoned. The driver is in the driver's seat. Noodle looking for another turret. We'll get 2 turrets here with the Herald most likely. The 3rd charge should not come through, as the hate goodbye is dropping quite quickly, and DMG might want to fight this TP in already, but Namex taken down to half his prime with the initial engage. He's now very low though and will get taken down. The shutdown goes over to Skater. The fight could be won here by DMG as Royston nowhere to be found. 3v5 now. Verdant kiting back. DMG can't close the gap, so they disengage themselves, happy getting the big shutdown. Now Verdant dancing around, potentially fishing for more. With Royston there, they feel more confident, but in the end, they're happy as well to just back off and take those 2 turrets.
Yeah, DMG not trading anything for it. They're not generally the guys that trade up. It's normally Verdant who are the guys in the driver's seat in that regard. That top wave, though, fairly decent, but it's going to be fixed immediately as they're very far behind on resets, DMG are. So even though they might fix out bot side here, I feel like Verdant are going to have a really strong play coming into this Baron phase of the game that starts in the next 30 seconds. This is the last wave of non-Baron play in the whole game. And Verdant are the ones setting up topside.
Verdant, it feels like across the series, has very often been one step ahead on the map. And to me, that is something that very much defines a good team. Because even if DMG are able to find the fights, they are so rarely able to find the decisive swing in gold lead afterwards. As FGG now called out yet again. DMG able to find a pick, a fight. But what more will this lead into? Could potentially lead into a Drake, unless Verdant, who I wouldn't hold this against them if they don't contest it, but they could very likely go for that as well. Namex looking to make sure that won't happen as he wants to poke out Noodle, but it might be a bit too far forward here. Yeah, okay, never mind. Verdant certainly want to fight this. 9k and dropping on a Drake.
Keep 9k and dropping.
Yeah, Prime
Look
is
at
on
the
the flank though.
tempo on
Noodle
top.
wants to get in, as you say. The miniwave is pushing top. The Drake does not get stolen, but the fight erupts. Bits are taking quite a bit of damage. Same goes to
dead.
Noodle as the Crescent Guard is good, buying some time, but Namex still able to claim that shutdown bounty. Namex, the main target to keep our eyes on, but let's look at what Skater can do as well. 4-1
big.
on this.
Wait,
oh
what?
my god, they've just caught him. Namex, I thought he had a way out, but I was mistaken. Skater now the one who has to do the damage on this Corgi. Instead, he just desperately tries to escape, but this fight is over. Verdant know that they are winning it, so they want to continue forward. Skater, the next target as the first turn around. Almost enough, but just not quite. As Verdant deal a good blow into DMG chance of getting a successful fight off, you could say. Getting the Drake, but
He's had his Lucian game, he's had his Draven game, and it looks like both of those games are going to be losses. When Narmix is at his most comfortable, that's when his team seems to be at its most dire, and that looked like a desperation play in a situation where you really didn't need it. Prime had no ultimate anymore. Prime was on cooldown thanks to Menekane's sacrifice. They could have gotten out there, they could have extended that, they could have tried to kite them out, they could have tried to get isolated picks for Narmix, but instead Narmix going too far forward, thinking this is the moment where I have to be shining for my team, and he does it too early. And, you know, the light that burns brightest also burns fastest.
Baron on the map. A mistake will now be more pricey than ever as the hook connects on Pizza. That could be the smite that they could remove if they find this fight successfully. Now, Mix taking a bit of damage, but FGG taking quite low as well. Pizza down to half, but able to walk it off. This man is a race car with that face rush. Able to easily get out of the situation. A bit of damage back from Skate as he sees his opportunity to deal that poke on Nariman. Again, Baron on the map, one big overstep. either DMG swing their way back into the game or the seatbelt will be locked in for Verdant as they're about to push the pedal to the metal. We saw what happened last time. They got a Baron in game number 1. They closed it out within minutes. So if DMG give this up or make that mistake, this game could very much be over.
Yeah, for sure. Jack's trying to split push on bot, but absolutely no tempo to be seen as Neramin
Look at the
matches the push on top side here.
Oh my
Item
god, top
difference
lane.
being absolutely
3v1
huge.
in terms of items. That
Yeah.
is crazy. It is so
Yeah,
rare you get
force
to
to
see
be
that
reckoned
as...
with.
I mean, that is...
Oh, he's
a
going for
Grand
him, by the
Canyon
way,
difference.
look.
Yeah, Prime looking for the fight
He's
as
hunting.
Menikainen able to get out. Pizza. Now the one in trouble. No flash from the TP coming in from Prime here. Will likely get stopped by
Oh,
Menikainen though.
interrupted by Jax!
As Neramin turn their attention towards the Baron. I mean, yes, he stops it, and obviously it's a win,
Run.
right, with Prime being so strong, but this is still the Baron that will go over to the side of Verdant with Pizza dead. I mean, guys, we remember what happened in game number 1 when Verdant got the Baron. They closed out the game within minutes. This game could be over sooner rather than later on the back of that one pick. Is there anything that DMD can do? So far, the answer is no. The TP in. Do they want to go for the fight on the back half of this, or the Baron should just be already dead? There it goes, taken down. Prime is in this fight as well. Where's the damage dealer? Where is Namix? Where is the ones who can do the damage and bring this back in DMG's favor? It's Skaterod and this Namix we're looking at. The health bars are quite low, but Menikainen taken down. Prime finds support. Skaterod has to play phenomenally here, and look at the blinking HP bars. But as Prime stands in the front line, it is hard for DMG to get back at this though. Good
Namix
damage back.
found it.
They find one. Skaterod and Namix, you have to play this perfectly. You need more here to bring this game back to somewhat an even game state. DMG fishing, they want more, but there is no one that bites on the bait, unless maybe Prime has been a bit too far forward here. No, I'm so thoroughly mistaken. He's the one looking for the kill instead, and he does get it. Should get taken down as DMG get one more back, but that's still 3 Barons active, and I think Verdant are very happy with that outcome.
Yep, 40 seconds, no Prime on the map. It's going to be 1 minute and 10 seconds before the Drake comes up. So Verdant, they're fine with that. They're going to still get their biggest target up. Still a huge bounty for Narmix to come in with, and very well played by Narmix. They're finding the pathing around the Gragas barrels. Honestly, that fight came down to the wire, and Verdant, with this kind of lead, they shouldn't be in that position. Especially the way that it opened was so beautiful. Not just the pick on top side, but how aggressive Prime was playing on the bot side against the Jax. He pushed him all the way out. That was a classic double aggression to play. The likes that you see from G2. Tempo on both sides, so you make plays on both sides because something will happen. And as a result of the pick happening on top and the Gragas play on bot side, you had a transfer from top from DMG straight towards bot side, Prime being able to get to the Baron first in the Baron pit, essentially being completely given up by DMG. And in spite of all that burden, still, they were very, very close to losing that entire fight.
Namix forced to flash here. The hook goes wide. This fight now a bit, but as Menikainen is on the flank. He's pretty much just a CC bot at this point with the counter right. Pizza looking for that twisted advance. Instead, though, he's the one locked up. FGG taken down as Pizza is quite low as well. Menikainen sent back into the team of Verdant. Should just get taken down quite quickly, and will now. Namix has to be close range to do damage, but he is being out-damaged now by Neramin on this Ezreal. The Lucian struggling to have the desired impact. Skaterod on 2 items has something to say as well, but his voice not strong enough. The damage not making that lasting impact on this game as Verdant continuing to push forward. They've got their Nexus in their sights. Match point as well. If they get this over the line, they can see it. They know what they need to do. They've been so good at utilizing these Barons, and there we see it one more time, breaking open the base and getting that Drake on the back of it.
Yeah, base has been broken open by Verdant, but you know, we expect more from them when it comes to Baron. That top wave hasn't been fixed. That bot wave is now being shoved out by Prime. They will get this Drake. They will deny soul point to DMG. But what more can they realistically get with the Baron now? They're not going to have it on the next sieges of the tier 3s. And DMG, they smell blood in the water. They know Verdant haven't reset yet. Can they make a pick? Or will Prime's flank be a decider?
Let's see what Prime's flank can do here. Good damage on the backline. Be aware, Royson is now pretty much all alone. FGG trying to save him, but he can't. Neramin down to half already, remember. Look at the DMG members. They are all full HP. And now, Bitsa just dies now. Prime down to 20%. He's going to get taken down. This is a fight that DMG are winning. Good damage before it dies, but Skaterod pretty much untouched. Noodle takes down Namix. Neramin has to play this well as well. It is on Skaterod to carry this through us. I mean, Menikainen can't do much. Sniped out by the Ezreal. Playing so well as Neramin to win this fight again for Verdant, but it is too close to comfort there. They're almost 10k ahead, but DMG are making Verdant sweat for it.
Yeah, I mean, Verdant, they thought they had the flank, but DMG had the wraparound at the end of there anyway. Came up through the rear there and really forced their way in. Verdant, they're going to be feeling that for the next few rotations. They were in a very good position, if they had a winning fight there, to potentially just end the game straight through mid. But they got denied that. Prime wasn't quite able to kill Narmix, so was able to set up Noodle to kill him. If Narmix wasn't in a position to die there, that fight goes very, very, very differently, and it's not even close. Noodle, though, still able to output these numbers, still able to be that kind of a backup for Verdant if all else fails. Clearly showing strong individual prowess in these fights.
FTG looking for Sucre here. The hook goes wide. Nice little dodge by the DMG support. The TP in behind its prime. Who's found Skate Run? Can't one-shot him as Menakainen is there to keep his mid laner safe. Doing his utmost to have an impact, and that there might have just been massive. This Corgi is scaling. Does give them some late game avenues to potentially win the game. I can't believe the fights have been this close, especially considering how far ahead Verdant are in terms of the goal. Their wallets so strong, but they can't just let them down on DMG because they refuse to give up without a fight. And here comes DMG. Bitzer goes forward initially, but he's taken down so quickly. The spiraling despair as well as the True Barrage, putting the death or the final nail in this DMG coffin, as now they are torn to shreds, they are split up, and they are taken down one by one. Next up on the menu is Skate Run, and he's deleted by Prime, who's had a phenomenal game, a phenomenal series, and this is what will get Verdant to match point. A great team fight on the edge of the base will lead to the second victory for Verdant in this best of 5.
Yep, and again, this was Narmix's big 2 comfort champs. The Lucian is down, the Draven is down, the Lucian is open for Neramin, another big Lucian player to potentially take in the next game. I wonder what that does to the bans. Corki as well, a big comfort pick for Roizen, will still be open for him in the next game. And Prime has shown what he can do when not on a carry, and he still has more in the back pocket. There's big potential for a huge comfort draft that can't be matched by DMG's side from Verdant in the next game. I keep almost saying Orbit Anonymo. My big question is this the time where the top laner for DMG brings out the Irelia and starts matching Prime one-on-one? Because this has been an issue every single game. Prime has been getting out ahead of him every time. He can change the calculus that the entire Verdant lead rests on if he's able to match him.
I mean, I think it has to be done, right? Because Menakainen just hasn't had anything to say in this series. That is just being honest, to be frank, as I was about to say honest twice there. He's had a woeful series. Prime has had a phenomenal series. DMG still showing signs of life in the fights. They are making them harder than they should be, but they are struggling on the macro sense, you could say, right? It is always Verdant on the front foot, even in game 2 when DMG were winning. They had to win 3 or 4 more fights than necessary because Verdant had the waves cleared out, made it hard for them to end the game, and DMG now backs against the wall. Tournament lives on the line. Can Verdant take it in a 3-1 fashion? The Des will discuss that right after this break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
2-1 in favor of Verdant, and credit where credit is due. J-Real, you said Prime will probably be MVP. That Gragas was looking crisp. 31,000 damage in the entire game, only behind Ezreal. I mean, aside from getting debated by Redoute, so far you've been outstanding on predictions.
Yeah, it's like I do love a challenge, right? I find it hard to turn one down, but I feel like I definitely have a good eye for this one. Maybe I'm a little bit lucky. Maybe I'm reading it well. We'll kind of have somewhere in between. But I think that realistically, Prime, yeah, he's been doing what he does, right? He's winning on these matchups. Even when he's not playing that carry, he looks dangerous, right? Obviously, we didn't get to see that full power on the Renekton, so it's definitely not like immortal, right? He definitely can lose, he can bleed, but they haven't found it so far. And like Duckling was saying a little bit earlier, right, we need to see a little bit more coming out from the top side of DMG, right? Menikainen, I want to see him go onto that champion now. I feel like this is the time. Your back's against the wall, you're 2-1 down, this is match point. Now you bring out the Riven or the Aurelia, you ban the Poppy away.
Yeah, in game 2, right, I said it's important to add the context of the jungle ganks to illustrate why there was such a large disparity in that bot side. It's important to illustrate this time round that Menikainen is just getting owned in that top lane, and there's no two ways about it. Prime, when he's got counterpick both games, has simply won, right? Even in the game 1, right, had a solo kill pre-level 6. This time round was one solo kill, which bled into the entire map falling apart, really. And Verdant more than happy to take that, right? It's okay, well, I've got this really, really strong side of the map, and I will say as well, credit to Noodle, because he was utilizing the Zins out, honestly, genuinely exceptionally, making that connection between the top lane and the rest of the map, allowing for those fights to go so well by buying space, buying time, and then of course the Ezreal ended up doing a boatload of damage. And I feel like just the way Verdant executed their composition was, as we'd illustrated in the pre-game of last time, we were like, okay, well, they want to use this Xin Zhao and the Gragas early, and then when they get to 30 minutes, they'll have an Ezreal and a Hui, but they got to 30 minutes, and then boom, they were winning.
It's such a big aspect, just what you highlighted, the fact that Noodle was able to bring all that advantage he brought into a specific lane, not only in terms of gold, but also in terms of objective. 6 scrubs, a lot of dragons, like everything. It's such a different Noodle from what we've seen in game 2 to game 3. Don't even start, J-Real. Don't even start. It does not vie. It's just different.
It's one of those things, right, where it seems so simple, but when you see teams with super winning topside and they don't have 6 scrubs, you just think, why not? And Noodle this time had a very winning top laner and went, grubs look good, cool. And even during the game, I remember me being in the green room and having this internal monologue with myself thinking, I had 6 grubs for Gragas, a Hui, their side lane's not really that great. And then they got 6 grubs. He broke first turret top lane, then went mid lane, took that turret, and immediately the benefit has already paid itself off. Not including how much they were able to pay it forward when they get themselves the Herald, further pushes, things like that. So yeah, just overall, again, solid performance from the top side.
And it's what I was thinking about Verdant early on coming into this, before the games even started being played, because it's something they did against other teams, right? They not only got 3 grubs, they then got the dragon, then they got 6 grubs. Like, they had so much neutral objective control, and it's a thing that I thought DMG did really, really well in games 1 and 2, was that they were contesting. They were not allowing Verdant to get away with it. They weren't giving them over neutral objective this, neutral objective that, allowing Verdant to just increase their gold difference without even fighting. And the situation was like, okay, DMG are matching them. This game, it felt like the most one-sided of them all in my mind. In the early game, I do think there were some good DMG moments in the mid game where they started to come back. They had some very close team fights, but in terms of early game, and we talked about knocking that door down from the get-go, DMG were not ready to play, right? They weren't there in that early first 10-15 minutes really able to get much off of Verdant, and we've already talked about the landslide that can be if Verdant get ahead.
Yeah, and Lucian had such a big lead. You look into Lucian, we were expecting the game like, oh boy, this is a dangerous AD carry. And they prioritized that AD carry as well while they were on the side they were. So that brings the question, are they running out of options? Because you look into the Corki dealt a lot of damage. I'm not disrespecting that. But you start thinking, well, that was heavy on the AD. Do they need more? Because this sort of composition, or this challenge where you have the fearless mode, you need to constantly adapt. It's not only about the champion pool that you have, but about the champions that you can bring to fight that specific team and how they're adapting. You said something, Jibril. breaking down the door and risking it all. Is this the time? Are we going to see her?
I would say unironically no. Like DMG still have a lot of picks that I would expect to have seen them, right? Like they have the Riven, they have the Irelia, they also have the potential for Skarner to get played in the jungle. I know it's been banned 3 times so far, so obviously that's one of the reasons it's not going against, and I don't want to say it, but they also play Vi, so there is a world where they still have more junglers that they could pick up. And then if we look at the mid lane as well, and this is the one that I think really has shocked me, LeBlanc, Talia, some of these the Syndra, again, Syndra's been banned a lot, so I do understand why we're not seeing that one, but it's like there are picks that I feel like we could get from Skate Rock that we're just not seeing at the moment. And I'll be honest, the Corki seemed a little bit of a curveball for me. I don't really know where they were going with that. The only roles where I feel like they've started to exhaust the options that we've seen before is in that bot lane. But we've seen Namix for a long time, right? Rude said it from the get-go. Namix has been in the NLC for ages. He was in NLC Div 2 as well. So a lot of people have seen Namix do a lot of things, and I believe Namix is a player that has a lot of champions ready to go. And I also think the same coming in for Zuko, right? Where the support pool is just pretty massive. There are still a lot of champions that could get played. So I think realistically, DMG should still have an option to pick things that they're strong with.
Plenty of stuff open, and that, like Jay's saying, there's so many champions still left available. I mean, the issue then becomes, well, Verdant have been so good at drafting through that anyway, because they're meeting these exact same restrictions of, well, you've now got 3 different champs taken off the board, and Verdant seem to be able to get themselves through it anyway. And overall, the identity, and at least being able to see how their composition will play out, has been certainly a little bit more fluid in my mind. Going into game number 4, it'll be now, where there are those 3 champions taken away. I don't expect those bans to really change too much, especially on Verdant's side. If it ain't broke, they don't need to fix it. The odds are going on to blue side does cause a few issues, because Verdant, they get to keep their comfort bans down a little bit of just, okay, we've already had that game where we've played on the blue side, we lost it. Now is when they get to choose if they want to switch something up in the bans. That's what I'm expecting here. With DMG, I believe, taking red side, and now Verdant opting onto the blue, or having to be on blue by extension. Do they just completely do away with their banning strategy, leave open a load of OP picks, and then the draft takes a completely different nature based off of that? Because you could leave open something like Yone, like Aurora, like an Ashe, and see which of those picks ends up getting let through, what you end up taking for yourself, and maybe having a bit more of a one-sided stomp because one of these champions is so OP, but something completely different from what we expected.
And if a stump exists, well, there's a match point at this moment. There's no second life for DMG. I know on the chat we got to see DMG saying, well, we're going to game 5. Silva scraped it up. But if there's a stomp, you have to risk it all right now. But if you risk it all right now and you get a 5th game, what do you pick?
I think that's, like, as we say in England a lot, right? You cross that bridge when you come to it, right? I think that they need to focus on game 4. They cannot overlook this game. You need to send it right here, right now, because if you don't send it here, you'll never get a chance to send it in game 5. Yeah, so it's a sentiment where they have to go for it here. I think this is where you make the big plays. Pick or ban the Poppy, get that top laner in, and let's see what you're made of.
So he's exactly right.
Yeah. We are in agreement that top lane is pivotal for game 4 and for the CDC at the end of it.
Yeah, and this is like a double-edged sword, right? Where I go, okay, Primar's pretty much had the run of Menin the majority of this laning phase. If he starts picking things like Irelia, like Riven, the drop-off is going to be even larger, right? The value that those champions add when they're behind, very, very negligible. However, if there's a chance that Menin is going to win this laning phase, it's probably on something like a Riven or Irelia where that comfort exists.
Same bands. Either you take out the Poppy at the last one, but you leave something open. Skarner has been banned constantly. Are you going to let them go with that one? Because if the MG allows that, Verdant might
Skarner,
this one.
Skarner is open. As you said, they may take it themselves. They banned away the LeBlanc instead. The Skarner is going to be banned up. So, what does that leave open? What have they been consistently banning? I've completely forgot. Oh, it doesn't matter. Tristana's the first pick.
Oh, I think it was trading. So there was Ori Syndra on one side, but obviously Ori is banned away from I mean, it's just the Ori that's been let through. So Royston could have taken it, but opts for the Tristana instead on B1. So initially, again, had to talk that this could be a flex pick. Most likely it's going to go into the mid lane. It's where we've seen it a lot, but the option for Neramin to take it down onto that bot side does exist. Pairs very well with a lot of our engaged supports as well, so maybe we'll see FGG take a nice aggressive duo down there. Zaya Rakan, the instant lock for Nomex and Zuko. Again, a different flavor from Zuko last game, playing the Nami, and I think overall piloted the Nami relatively well, but so far into the game, not necessarily the impact that you need.
I like the timing though, because they've taken Rakan. We can't have Leona, we can't have Rel, we can't have Nautilus. So now we're getting into the world where it starts to become a little bit more like, okay, which pick are you going for? The Melio, still very, very relevant. They could also go for something like the Nami if they feel confident, but I'm also thinking, do we maybe get something like a Thresh, something like a Blitz, maybe something a little bit different in that regard? Still playing hooks, still playing aggro, and FGG can still make something happen, but the Ivan there is going to be hovered. You know what? Oh, no, it isn't. Ivan locked.
The Ivan's locked.
It's locked.
Yeah, the
It's
Ivan
locked.
is locked.
So they knew they wanted the Ivern. They were tossing and turning between whether they wanted this Lucian. They've decided that that is the pick they're going for. So we have both marksmen locked in already. Very likely that we will see FGG fall back to a tank. Has to be some of those engaged styles. But, you know, Braum not really good versus Rakan. So, like you say, Jay, something like a Blitzcrank, maybe an Alistair, I think, slots nicely into this composition. And then by extension, I really prefer the Tristana Alistair lane than a Lucian Alistair lane, just as the way the 2v2 would end up playing out. But obviously with the Ivern locked in, we've got double AD carry and an Enchanter. Just as a default, that is exceptional setup for scaling as the game goes later. And DMG, they've still got that, right? The Zaya can do damage if you get later on into the matchup. The Rakan has a lot of DPS, but then, not DPS, setup rather, for said DPS. And the Nico, again, setup is there.
Yeah, I do like the Nico. I think it's fun. It's different. You know, it's a little bit not as oftenly played, so it can be forgotten about. As we are going to see the Melio banned away. No shocks there. As the Malphite's still being removed. I get it this time though. They've got two ADCs. You know, they don't want to be locked in to having to find something AP, especially now the Gragas is off the table as well. So actually, legitimately liking that one a lot. I also do wonder sometimes where Rammus has gone all of these years, but probably going to be banned away, which is interesting.
I don't wonder why Rammus has gone, Jay. We're happy, okay? I really wish these guys would be picking Kiana mid lane. Like, why are they just these irrelevant champions, man? Fizz would go so crazy in this composition.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Rammus
You never know.
into
I mean,
ADCs.
Bitzer might surprise me. Yeah, he might yet surprise me. Let's see. What we're missing, though, going into second round of picks, obviously Verdant will probably want to match their support on 4. I mean, they're going to have to either way.
That's big.
And a Sylas taken already. So that means that the Nico Sylas solo lanes locked in.
Well, it could be
a
Sylas
potential jungle flex. Yes, that's the takeaway here. Is you could have Nico top lane, you could have Sylas versus what we would assume would be a tank on that top side, or you then put Sylas jungle as well. So both of these mages weirdly can jungle, and Verdant are just deciding on something entirely different and complete dive now going forward. Pick one target and they die with the Camille Galio.
But these are massive ultimates you're giving away to Sylas as well. You're giving a lot, even if it's Galio versus Sylas. I mean, you can bring Sylas into a lane and bring in Vi, for instance. Vi would be so...
Stop it.
Show yourself.
I think Vi would be so bad.
Oh, there we go.
We got it, finally!
Jay decided. He's declared it, okay? Menincarne needed a Riven game before he goes out of Aurora Cup. Riven or Aurelia was needed. We've been asking for it all day. And finally, gets locked in.
I will say this doesn't clear my name. Sorry, Rev. Rev keeps saying, why do you say stuff? And then people play it on broadcast. And, you know, like, it's happened again. It's happened again, people. You know, I said about the Riven. We've got it. And we might be getting Nico jungle as well, which I was really not expecting.
It's called homework as well, by the way. Just letting everybody know. He does his homework. So when you look into this could be it. I know both of you were afraid of saying 3-1 is a coward's way out of prediction. But when you look into this, what do you think is going to happen? Let's start with you, Jamie. They've been awfully quiet on predictions.
I think that this is actually my favorite game, because I feel like this is the most I don't know what's going to happen game because of the chaos that is going to ensue. Silas, Riven, and Nico. On the flip side, the Camille with the Galio and the double ADCs. I feel like it could go either way. I'm going to stick with my OG prediction, though. I'm going to say Verdant game 4. I do think it's going to be the end of the series right here, which is sad. But you know what? If a game was going to go the other way, it's this one.
This is the game that you want to go to 5 games, right? Where you've got Riven versus Camille top playing. We've got no tanks anywhere. Let's just brawl. Let's see who gets ahead. What I think for this game is it's going to be decided by the 15-minute marker. There's going to be one team that stomps and they're going to win. That's my prediction for the game specifically, because these matchups really, really volatile. They are not ones that you can like, oh, you know, this is, you play for an even break point and then at this stage in the game you can actually win out. This is, okay, level 3, I have all my skills. I'm skill checking you. Let's see what happens.
Well, it's chaos. It's going to be action-packed, and I have the winner's announcement on another sealed package. How many packages do you think I have? Well, the mailman was on a vacation, so I received a lot of them. Without further ado, let's toss it to the casters. Are you guys ready? Just letting you know, guys. Casters, ready? Okay, let's toss it to Duckling and Veteran. Take it away. This could be it.
I don't want to know what is in that envelope. And I'm wondering if he's spending his break making them while he's watching the games. Like, so many questions, but so few answers. But we do know answers to some things, right? What's the score in this series? 2-1 to Verdant. Are they on match point? Yes. Can they close the series out right here? That is a question in which we still do not have the answer, Veteran. But a draft that is very reminiscent of Orbit Anonymous. But DMG, they've also thrown down the gauntlet and gone full main.
It has been years since I have seen Riven be useful. Ever, no matter
That's a
who
good
is
point.
playing
Even when Bill has been
Like,
playing it, he has been kind of useless sometimes.
It's been complete useless, man. Like, he'll land like 1 W in 18 fight once, and then we'll use that to justify hyping like built Riven again, and it's like, nah, man. Like, this is, I can't. Like, if this is a good Riven game from Menakane, he is immediately the best Riven in the ERLs. Alright, and opens really well with a double Q knockup. Moves away,
And he's
dies.
One more, yep.
Immediately.
Namex, or not Namex, sorry. Naramin able to claim the first blood. Namex now the next one in trouble though. Flash is still available, but Royson could follow if he feels like it and will do so, but very horribly. That's a bad Flash.
Yeah, it does. I feel like that's almost muscle memory from back in the day. It feels like he needs the flash because back in the day you could easily flash from that position. Narmix's back will get interrupted. He won't be able to come in with the wave on time for an extended period. So at the minimum, you can deny him 3 minions on the bot side.
Is Skate Rush?
Nice.
Skate Rush is able to walk back to lane here, and then that duty commences. Noodle able to steal that blue buff away. I think Pizza very much aware of what was happening. As this Nico jungle will be interesting to watch. Skater aware of what Noodle was up to, so will easily make his way out of that threat.
Something that could potentially make the single most useless champion in League of Legends useful is the fact that they are against essentially all squishies, right?
True.
Far be it from Ivan to make the effective HP much, much higher. There's a lot of burst potential for the Riven if she's able to, I want to say survive, but she's already dead before the minions even spawn.
Level 2
Gets
now.
to level 2, doesn't get shit.
And now level
Doesn't
2 on
land
Prime.
the
Does
last
this
Q.
mean anything? I mean,
Prime.
he's feeling confident. Tactical sweep. Doesn't connect on the sweet spot, and now it's Menikainen who's looking for the opportunity. Could he finally get a first blood? Not first blood, rather. He has already been first blood himself, but a solo kill was on the cards. They're forcing the flash. And if Prime doesn't get level 3 here, I mean, could be in trouble. Tactical sweep is available. The shield. Tactical sweep on cooldown. No way! No way! He loses that. I cannot believe it. Oh my god, I feel so bad for him. I feel so bad for him. Poor Finland, man.
God, man. Rivens, man. You know, back in the day, I used to be known as like a big Riven hater. And I mean like 2015.
Yeah, back in the day, like
I had like... Yeah, no, back in like 2013 to 2015, I had like multiple anti-Riven tweets all the time. I hate this.
Naraman is dead. Is dead. Yeah, there we go. The auto attack comes through. That's something back for DMG, and they can look at that as more than just a consolation. This game far from over, as they are now finally, not finally, we're only 3 minutes in. They are now on the board, and with the action, it feels like we've been in the thick of things for a lot more than 3 minutes.
Is worth knowing. Is worth noting that Neramin is now on the Lucian. Neramin is now on his comfort Lucian after Namex lost with it in the last game. So dies, but did get the early kill on that level 1. FGG not letting Namex recall and get his reward for being able to get a kill in
He'll
lane.
be cancelled here again, well, surely.
I want to just point out the top lane CS.
Oh my god, man. Poor Menenkainen. Dude, this is crazy, bro. This is actually crazy. Ooh, Royson. Oh, Royson could really win this. Does he have the E available? No. Skaterrod missing the Abscon Abduct, and therefore the damage very much missing in that trade. FCG
Look at Nika.
heavily positioning. Blade Core gets a little bit of a root on, but I should say Noodle. I mean, they know Noodle is there. There's so many wards to spot him going into this position, so surely they are aware of what is going on. Rotation down from Royson as well would also have been spotted out had it come through, as they did also have the scuttle. So DMG bot lane feeling very safe, but still unable to recall, and that's the big takeaway so far. As that takes a bit more damage. Yes, they can trade back. Can they get the kill?
No!
Oh no way! They get that! Disgusting turnaround from the DMG bot lane.
He can't do anything but go forward at all points. That was with a Doran's versus Doran's long. That's very humiliating, honestly, for Neramin. So 2 players at the very least not doing so well in this game. Menekane topside on that rhythm, very far down against Prime. So story is back to normal after some brief bursts of hope from Menekane's initial chase of Prime. Meanwhile, bot side Neramin, you know, our little psychopath is still yet to grow up.
Yeah, I mean, Neramin is the type of guy to boil past and not put a time on before on when it's done. Just raw dogs it and sees how it goes. You don't do that, man. You always put a time on the al dente and then you taste it to make sure it is the perfect al dente you would want. Regardless, let's see if this is the gank that Burton would want as they go for the dive on Menenkainen, who's already died twice in this game. This could be the third time, and third time isn't potentially it is the charm. The third time's the charm. He gets one back, and now in mid lane, Skaterrod will just trade. Never mind.
You take that if you're Menekane.
You definitely take that. You certainly take that.
You take that. You take the morale.
Any day of the week,
victory that
even on
comes
a
with it,
Tuesday.
for sure. I mean, you're on the bouncing wave now, and I'm pretty sure Knud's just gonna all in you on the way back in.
Let's
But
see
we'll
here,
see.
though. I mean, are they in a position to fight this? I don't think so. Noodle isn't here yet. He is rotating down those Skaterrod is the target. Good damage on him initially. He steals the ultimate. The hijack won't be enough as Royson picks up the kill. The Drake resets as well. And he carries fighting Neramin is a 200 HP running towards the safety of his teammates as he now dashes forward. Dude, this guy is crazy. What is this man cooking?
I love it. Never change that. Dude, you have no idea how much fun I had watching this thing.
It is fun, but it is like the questions I have. They keep piling up, man. What is this guy cooking, man?
It's the contrast, man. Contrast is the best thing you can find in almost any situation. It's the fact that Royson and Prime are so calculated in the way that they play and almost passive in the way that they play a lot of the map and play it so intelligently, beautifully. And then you just have Neramin there, just like full ADHD going around and round and round and in and in and in and in. It just needs to go, you know? I love it. You get the best of both worlds when you watch Orbit and Onimo, now Verdant play.
I don't know more of the song. Regardless, though.
Never do that again.
Oh, thank you. I will. I won't.
Good.
Carsden will use a treat veteran as Namex able to push down that bot. He has a 500 gold lead. The gold is somewhat even across the board. Prime would have been way further behind had he died without getting the kill back on Prime before. As Voidrops have not been taken yet this game.
G2 Hell just picked up kills against BDSV for anyone paying attention to that.
Cheers,
This is now also the only English broadcast of that.
Menenkainen? Is he dead? Oh, he's not. He's dead. He's dead.
Eventually. It's not a question of is he dead, it's when will he
when
die.
will he die? Again, as Newton. And
He's already on 3 deaths, man. I didn't even realise how
Christ,
it doesn't feel
let's
like
see
that.
what happens to this Voidrops here. Maybe he has a 4th of that collection. At the moment, though, he's not in the fight. Pizza is in the fight, but not for long. He's dead, unable to get any of these Voidrops. Prime wants even more. Skaterrod is the one he wants to get. The Ignite is ticking, but the kills will come through for Verdant. The Voidrops there as well. They are eating good tonight as they have not overcooked their food. They are cooking just the right amount here.
They're cooked. We don't even have Galio on 6 yet, and that's when Camille Galio gets really interesting. I'm anticipating FGG leaning topside. Never been probably going in 1v2 anyway, and pressing R on Prime anytime he decrees Riven should die. And Riven should die a lot. Let's be real. I mean, it's Riven, right? No one likes Riven. You don't like Riven, do you, Darkly?
To be honest, no, man. What?
Exactly, you don't.
But
like,
at this point, I don't have much of an opinion on Riven. She's just such an irrelevant champion in the grand scheme of things that my opinion of her has kind of disappeared, because why would I even have an opinion on her? As that is a very good calling. That is my opinion on that. Good. Callback as well with the blade caller. I think Neriman is just dead. He has the flash, has the barrier. Surely he should be able to escape this with a calculated flash into bed. No, he's dead.
I mean, if he flashes now, he can't flash forward later.
He's got a point. He wanted to do
He did the same decision previously as well, by the way. But also, like, he'll use the same logic. Bitse, also, has flash, so what's the point? Well, the point is the jungler will not have flash in ganking any of the other also dead lanes, dude. I bet, but like he's literally gonna save
Dude, Burton
it.
don't want to give this up. Again, they're in a man disadvantage. I thought they would have given this up ages ago, but they're not. Noodle is now in the pit as well. Bitsa is low, forced to flash out.
Wait, it's working.
Taken down to half, but he's re-engaging. It's a 50-50 yet again, though. Bitsa on top of these smites when the 50-50 occurs.
Nerman's coming in.
Though, taken down, and I should say Nerman.
It's
he's
working.
back. Now he has to flash forward here aggressively. If Bitsa oversteps, FGG taken quite low, but the damage not there to take him down. The root is good. The kill should come through as Pizza. Next up, one more auto secures it. Rampage now for Royson on this Tristana as Verdant continue to win the team fights. And Nemix is the next target. The shields, the barrier is there. He has both summoners, both and uses them very well. He gets Royson. Nemix could get even more here. Noodle won't get taken down. Neriman has the flash. He wants to flash aggressively here. I could see him do.
DMG's champion
Top lane?
still showing
Top
signs
lane?
of life. You know what's happening.
Yeah, you know what's happening. Man, I kind of get so.
Yeah, you know what's happening. Let's go back. I feel like we're bullying him at this point. By
just don't mention it at this point. We just let it happen.
Just like camera guy, like observers. Come on, man. This is just not.
Yeah.
This is just not on. All right.
Speaking of things that are like general trends, Men kind of getting solo killed and Neriman flashing aggressively. I wanted to say that, but as I said that, he just flashed defensively to survive. So.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, Prime is dead.
Yeah.
I mean, he can get a shield. He can make it fancy. He can make it work for it. No, the flash, is he out?
No, he's dead.
No, he's dead.
dead.
The Q should just come
dead.
through. Yeah, why would you flash that?
Yeah.
I thought maybe he was smarter than me, but he was not.
No.
I am the smartest man in League of Legends.
You are.
Yeah, that's why I'm secretly a coach of T1.
That's why you don't pick Riven.
Exactly.
It's the year 2024. I'm still yet to see a Riven be fucking useful and competitive. That's my one F word that I get today, okay?
Oh,
Riven brings it out of me, alright? I'm sorry, man. I can't. It's absurd, man. People keep picking this.
Yeah, I guess Riven is what winds your clock, mate.
I mean, like the thing with Riven as well is that you need to dedicate so much time to this champion because so much of the balance of this champion is down to a series of cancels and stuff that are hyper-specific to it, don't really have transferables into any other champ whatsoever, that you'll just be fundamentally useless as a pro player. The only Rivens who could be useful in pro would be worthless in pro for other means. You just ban Riven every time. It's just, this champ needs a rework before it can actually be useful, and then if it gets a rework, none of those Riven players, none of the things that make them good at the champ will even could possibly survive. Yeah, this champ just is worthless. It's garbage. Get out of it. Even Shyvana has been meta at some point, even though I think everybody was high on some good stuff when they were picking it. Like, it's fine.
You seriously have some
how are you?
deep issues with Riven, but I respect that. I mean, we all have champions we just absolutely hate. I think Cyrus.
Well, back when it was good.
Yeah, go on.
Back when it was good, right? In like season 3, 4, 5.
You can talk about this until this Void Cup fight starts, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's already started. I guess that's it.
We just ruined my.
Yeah, I did ruin your point, but let's see if this fight will be ruined by any team. DMG in a bit of trouble here. Suko taken down. That is so much damage. It's now the feathers pulled back. The bounty not there though, as Prime survives a little bit longer. The shields not enough at the end of the day though. Bitty coming in here now. Noodle, the one taken down, taken low. Nerman coming in from the flank. Doesn't get the kill, but he continues to do some damage. Finally, he's now on the board as well. Skate Rod running this fight. Not over yet, and it's actually DMG who I would say comes out on top here.
Riven?
Nah, Riven won't be useful.
Come on, go for something.
I want to
Come
see.
on.
Come on, go for it. Go for it.
Oh,
The
God.
champ is just garbage. Like, what can he do? Like, what can Menenkainen actually do? Like, especially with the dashes that are on the side of Burton, right? Like, how do you ever get to Illusion whenever every time you step up, he just dashes away and makes up for the distance you've closed in on him? And Tristana, if
be
you're good,
watching-
you just cancel it. Or you just time it. Well.
I could be watching Vayne over in the BDSV GC8 match. I'm watching Riven. Like, come on. What are we doing? Nevin doesn't even care. I mean,
But you're spending time with me now, Richard, and I know you enjoy that more than anything.
Oh God, yeah, it's even worse.
Come on, man.
I'm not even paid enough. It's fine. It's gonna be over pretty fast anyway.
This game, the goal lead isn't actually unbeatable or insurmountable, but it is growing. As,
Oh,
nice cancel there, but it won't be enough.
Oh!
As, the Flash, never mind, he's out. He did so much well there. He deserves to get out, and now let's see if Nemix will go down. There is no Blade Caller. There is no Feather Storm.
What?
The damage coming through from the two supports here is enough to just slap the HP bar out of Namix. FGG though will pay for it with his life, and now Noodle next up as Daisy will tank the turret.
dude, look at that discipline. Like Prime had TP the whole
Oh
time. He's just
my
hammering.
God,
Oh
Riven!
my God!
Riven was
no
useful.
Way!
Riven did
No
something.
way! No way!
Congratulations to
Replay that.
Menenkainen. He made the champ do something good.
Replay that. He got it. By the way, he got tier 2 bot on Camille.
Let's see what Prime can do. I think this Drake is not going with the DMG, by the way. I mean, they've got it down to
Dude,
4K.
Prime got-
They might get it
Prime
with the
got plate
smite.
spot as well, no?
Never mind, Prime doesn't go for the fight. This Drake,
Can I see Prime's gold?
we'll see this after. We'll see this after. Let's see this fight first, though. As Pizza will get the Drake, but they will get swiped off the map here, I feel. Gut feeling, that's my hypothesis, and that turns out that is the right prediction. Riven coming into the fight. How much damage has Riven done? 20. I mean, that's being gracious or being positive. As he's now going to get run down, trying to turn this around. Will not do so, as it's just not possible to do anything good on Riven. Jesus Christ, man.
I mean, killing them. I mean, come on, man. It's Nerriman, alright? Like, I mean, come on. Like, not to say he's bad or something, as if anybody was
My
gonna go
guess is
too
Nerriman
aggressive.
dashed right into the waiting hands of Menenkainen.
Probably.
Regardless, though,
You wanted
Menenkainen
see
still has to be able to punish on the play. Speaking of dashing forward, and there we see it again. 5th death. Dude, poor Menenkainen. Why would he pick this for himself? Even though
I want to
like,
see this buy.
he could very much be good at the champion. Just doesn't work in competitive. Even Build couldn't make this work in competitive.
No, Build's never been able to make Riven work in competitive, yeah.
Exactly.
Like, yeah,
And
I mean,
like
that's
Build
like a
is really good at Riven as well. Like it's not about you being good at Riven. It's about Riven being a bad champion in competitive.
Yeah.
It's
I
the
think there was a
fundamental
day
issue
where-
of locking in the champion. That's where the issues.
Oh, I
persist
think
or
Silas is
exist.
dead, by the way.
Let's see though.
Silas
Doesn't
is
the
just
support?
completely dead. Silas is dead, no?
No.
Dude, there's a whole fight going on
Can
up
we
here.
see, guys?
Hello?
Hello? There we go.
He's asleep at the wheel! Okay, we're in.
Oda's at the wheel, at the wheel. Prime is at the wheel. Let's
He's
this game is
9-3 and
brutal.
2, by the
Like
way.
it is
He's
all
9-3 and
falling
2.
apart.
He's
Blow after blow
10-3 and
being
2.
put into the armor of DMG.
He's-
And they don't have
he's
much more
caught
to
the kill. He's
do.
11-3!
Finally, the Riven can do something useful. Give over a pentakill. Will we see it happen here in the NLC Aurora Cup? DMG pushed to their limits, but Prime does not care. No! The penta denied. Menenkainen bought enough time for it not to come through. Prime. I mean, if there ever was like a standout performance of a whole series, Prime has to be at the very top of this list, man. What a performance!
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
put up today.
Menenkainen got his preferred pick, but unfortunately, Verdant's top laner is in his prime.
That is such a bad joke, man. Never make that again. Like, you should be fined for
I
that
think
kind
I
of
do.
joke.
Neverman thumbs it up. He likes it. All right.
He didn't hear it, but
Shout out to
hear
Nerriman.
it.
Shout out to Nerriman out there, dude. I saw the thumbs up.
Nerriman, the
alright?
most. Like, this guy is Wild Turtle 2013 all over again, except for he only flashes forward.
That's not a bad comparison, actually. That's not a bad comparison at all.
Did you just realize I
like
was
that.
able to make that comparison while only being 21 years old?
I want to see Nerriman's Lee Sin now. Wild Turtle's Lee Sin was a demon.
Dude, I miss when Lee Sin could be flexed to all roles. I remember when I was on Trick as a social media manager, then Voxner played Lee Sin bot lane. Like in a competitive game in the NLC and won with it.
Leaks.
It was 2021, bro. Everyone knows what happened
just-
there. We won the league. Reverse sweeping Fnatic Rising, by the way. Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry, the social media managers along here.
Let's see this fight though. Let's see who wins this. It's a team
the
effort.
Twitter
man.
account.
It's a team effort. I actually posted a picture of me praying for a victory, so I felt like I did something in that
Wow.
game. That's a good engage though. This might be what DMG have prayed for. They could get more here. As I say that very optimistically, I'm proven wrong in an instant. Able to get 1 kill though, 2 kills. That's something. And they've been able to make these fights hard for Verdant before, even when they're about 10k behind. But this time, though, it feels like Prime has just shut the door in any chance of DMG coming back in this game. Just look at him. This is phenomenal. Legendary, bro. You can't kill him. Let's see, can you kill him? The question, the answer. I mean, probably yes if you lock him up more for a bit longer, but that wasn't possible.
I needed Prime to get another kill because I wanted it to be that like he has double the kills that Menekane has deaths, and Menekane has a lot of
Could
deaths,
happen
you
here
know?
though.
Like,
DMG,
Oh, it could.
they are looking for something. Desperation time. Desperate times requires desperate measures. It is now or never, lads. But you don't have the pop blossom. You don't have the quickness. What do you want to engage with? Currently, the answer is absolutely nothing. Instead, Pizza will get taken down. Now double the kills of Menekainen's death on Prime this game. FGG stepping forward. Namix trying to do what he can. He has something to say, but his voice is not loud enough to cut through the HP bars. Trying as he might. They get 1 kill. They could get 2 here, but the shield is good enough to keep Royson alive. Skate Rod now caught on the wrong end of this fight. So we turn our attention to Namix as Skate Rod will get taken down. It is all on him. But Prime, so strong. The quickness now coming through. Prime, if he gets 1 kill, will be healed back up with the Death Blade. Or the Death Downs, rather.
broken.
Hook shot, wall dive, connection. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Where did he go? Blink and you miss it, DMG! Wiped off the rift.
29 kills in 20 minutes. This is a statement game.
What
Yes,
is
DMG,
happening?
You had your fun. A victory, a 20-minute victory. They're going to end off this, no? Oh!
Oh my god, the damage, bro. This is crazy. This is illegal, man. What are we witnessing? Well, if we are to put it bluntly, this Verdant train, far from derailed. They have the semifinals in their sights. An Aurora Cup victory in their sights.
No!
FGG, a defending champion. I said that is a big shutdown, to be honest. Likely won't change much, though. FDG, defending champions with Verdant of the Aurora Cup just last year. So on their way to defend their title.
I didn't even realize there was a Silas in the game.
You didn't? I mean, Skater has actually been playing a decent game. Nuke is dead here, by the way. Bitzer will get that kill. They could get the Drake and they could get the Soul Point. And I'm not gonna lie, it is obviously something. But it might just be a consolation at this point because they are still left with a mountain to climb despite these 2 kills and this Drake going their way.
If that was a mountain event, it would have been such good work.
Yeah, but sadly, I'm not good enough for that.
Hey, shout out to Nomix, though. He's still 700 gold up. Like, Nomix has been the DMG champion for the entirety of their split, for nay, probably the entirety of their season. And he's showing up again, even in this, what is a very dramatic loss, by the way. This is an extremely dominant performance from Verdant. Yeah, Soul Point to DMG, it's a fart Drake. No one cares about it, right? But 1k gold lead right now on Namix, there's something to be said about how consistent this guy is for his team. Yeah, there was like one questionable play in the Lucian game, but this guy has been showing up. This guy has been a focal point for them to play around. It gives them a win con that is still present here. If Verdant mess up, Namix is the guy that can take over, potentially do something in this game.
They've put their eggs in his basket once before, and now, more than ever, you could say, they have to do it again. He's the one who has the gold, he's the one who has the damage. 2.5 items is certainly something when you're this far behind, but the Baron is already gone. It's been secured by Verdant, and now comes Prime. Look at Namix. He's locked up down to half already. Dances out nicely to reposition for the fight, but Verdant played slow, they played cool, calm and collected. Both some still available on Namix, but the ult not there, and Prime looking for his target. Menekainen pretty much just one shot here. Royson takes down Skater and Namix, doing what he can, gets Prime, and continues to stay alive. Big shutdown for him as Verdant still have more work to do to win the game here. Royson though TPing in. Can't quite get Namix, but instead Pizza will be the target taken down. Newell though dies as well. Maybe this game isn't over. 3v2, can Namix defend this? Baron though, and 3 Void Grubs makes it a bit harder. But Neramin is low. FGG is low. Royson is the one with the damage! And he blows up Namix for one final time. I think the DMG carry has gone down for good. This might be DMG in the grave, but Royson, he's taking too many targets. Now he's one shot. Skatework should just get him. The minion? Will it be enough?
Royson griefed
They
it!
can't end the game, Royson. You're taking too many targets, buddy. How are Verton not winning this? TP in?
Oh,
That's
Prime's
Prime.
here.
Yeah, no, my Prime is winning it here.
Like 20 kills on this guy right now.
The Verton train
Will be at the
will
end of
not be stopped. 3-0 in the Swiss stage. 3-1 here in quarterfinals. They're on their way to try and defend their title as the defending
My
champions of the Aurora
God,
Cup
man.
in 3-1 fashion and in convincing fashion here in game number 3 on the backs of Prime, obliterating anything that
Stop!
stands in his
What are
way.
you doing to them?
Verton will make it to playoffs. 18 kills in 24 minutes. Prime with a series of a lifetime, certainly in his prime here today.
Whoa.
What a treat for your eyes.
You got the Fiora, you got the Camille out. You saw Prime at his absolute best here, an absolute menace. There's a reason why those 3 guys wiped out Lions Cree, one of the best teams the NLC ever produced in Spring Split. There's also a reason why Noodle, one of these big backup players for them throughout the entire series, really strong numbers. Even in that one loss, there was a point where he was like 6-2 on the Vi, was able to knock out Ruddy in the summer. These guys are still NLC's nemesis, and DMG wasn't enough to take them down.
Yeah, very good performance from Verton today. DMG able to take one game off them. At the end of the day, you have to remember DMG 3-2 in the Swiss stage had to battle tooth and nail to make it there, while Verton cruised through. This time they were tested. They had to work a bit harder than they probably would have expected. But at the end of the day, they weren't derailed. It was simply a hit to the armor that they could certainly take because they continued to steamroll ahead. Semifinals now secured, Aurora Cup in their sights. Looking to defend their title, they made a good showing of themselves here today in Prime, man. What a player and what a performance from him here today. He had a phenomenal series in all 4 games. But Bertrand, that's enough for you and me. As Verton cruise forward, that will be broken down and analyzed by our wonderful analyst desk right after this break. Thank you for watching.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Verdant is the first team making it to semifinals. DMG, on the other hand, are kicked out of Aurora Cup. They did their best. They got one game. It's almost like Prime was a beast. Verdant did the 3-1. Like, if someone predicted this all the way, I mean, I would just give him kudos. I would give him.
It'd be crazy.
It would be crazy.
Yeah, even predicting a Riven in game 4, like it would
Can
be
you
so
imagine
insane.
getting it all?
Yeah, it would be so insane if someone could get all of the predictions right. Even the game 2 loss when the bye was picked and they hate bye. Yeah, I know it could have been crazy, but that's what you get for being baited, right? That's what you get for being baited by your friends. You know, they convince you into a 3-0
Anytime,
when
Jay.
you're right
Jay
all
Real.
along. But you know what? It happens. It happens to
Jay
the best
Real.
of us.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep it real, man. I'm gonna keep it real, okay? You did your best.
Gonna keep it J real.
You only missed that one specifically because Redude played you dirty. So with this in mind, J Real, I'm gonna let you know that Redude is the winner of predictions today
Yeah.
because he just baited you out.
No,
I
that is
finessed
completely
you.
fair. That is completely fair. You know, it's all good. It's been a good day, and I got to say, it was some good League of Legends, right? I would have
Yes.
loved to go to Game 5 just because I really enjoyed watching these two teams play.
Yeah, I think
That's
that Game
the
4
best.
was like the perfect example of just good League of Legends to watch, let's be honest, where the level of League of Legends potentially took a slight dip in Game 4, let's be honest. Did I have more fun watching a 20-kill Camille run around one-shotting people? Yeah, kind of I did, I'm not gonna lie. It was really entertaining and a good watch all the same.
I think this was the biggest test of mind coming in from Verdant as well, or even Prime. And I think that's really important. And we would dive into that a little bit later on because we do have an interview to start this off with DMG Devils, the CCO of the organization. Welcome.
Hello.
Well, this is awfully close. I feel like we're really close now. Right now, we are on a date.
The
Devils,
problem is
do
that I
let
can
me-
barely hear you. I think
Oh, if I speak louder, can you hear me better?
barely, but yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Devils, what happened?
I don't know. We were kind of messy today in our gameplay. I think we definitely had a chance. We were showing up, especially in game 2, what we can potentially do. But this was sort of like a... we showed that we have talent. We just need a bit more experience with this specific roster, where we have 3 stable players that already showed during summer what they can potentially do, right? But with 2 new additions that are a bit more inexperienced, you can see that they just need a bit more time, you know?
There's always a big plan for DMG to just build roster and talent. Is this
Yeah.
what you need to bring from 2024 to 2025? Is this the plan?
I mean, we want a plan that isn't just for one split, right? We need to think about longevity. If we just want to win one split, then we can just pick up Malice, Nata, Built, and whoever else, you know. But we want a long-term plan. We want to grow the players that we have within the org. We want to make NLC great again, you know. And that doesn't happen over the night.
What's the big takeaway?
I mean, the big takeaway is that don't pick Riven into Camille, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. The big takeaway is that we have a process going, and it is bearing fruit. Even though it's going a bit slowly, it's still. I'm looking at it in a. I view it as successful still. I do believe that the vision that we have for our strategy is not something to just throw away just because we didn't reach further during a Pro-Am Cup, right? This is a trial and error process that it needs time, right? The players doesn't learn everything over the night. They need time, and the coaching staff as well need a bit of time as well to make sure that they can get across every bit of knowledge that they have.
Devils, thank you so much for the interview. It's always a pleasure. I hope to see you again soon. Copy it out.
Thank you.
Okay, back to reality, Arsha. Back down. Let's inside voices, please. Inside voices.
What do you mean?
No, I
We
feel like what he
adapt.
said was good. I feel like he said some good things, right? Like, as in he's talking about longevity, he's talking about growing. I think that there is a lot of potential with this DMG side, and I think they showed that today, right? We talked about it before the game, about their hands checking. They definitely can play the game. They definitely are able to match up against some of these better players. It's just down to how to really utilize those compositions, and I feel like they showed it a little bit on game 2, where they really managed to get themselves into a good lead, but I just think on the day, Verdant were just better. They were a little bit more drilled as well. And I think that top lane especially did just not seem to work out today. And I feel like there's adaptations the DMG can have to really support that.
Verdant were really aggressive as well. I really like this play style coming in from this team, like non-stop bloodshed. And if we're talking about bloodshed, might as well talk with the angriest of them all. It's FGG. Welcome to the interview. I hope you can hear me nice.
I can.
Can I talk this way? Thank you so
Yes.
much. FGG, welcome back, man. Good to see you back. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It was a really funny series. We had a lot of fun.
It was. What happened on game 1? Like you had the mission to tilt everybody. You didn't care about anything. Like I'm going in. I don't care about you all. Like what was the game plan?
Honestly, the game plan is just kind of have fun, and we're sending it every single game. Game 2, we don't really count that. That was just oopsie. But yeah, it was fun.
That's something that I've been watching on the Swiss stage as well. I try to cover as many games as I could from you guys, and it always looks like this team is really concerned about having fun inside of the split. Like I really want to have fun inside of the Rift. Is this where the core of the team relies on?
Maybe. I think no disrespect to the opponents, but I think right now we aren't challenged at all, and maybe we will be in semis or finals. But right now we can kind of get away with having some fun. But no disrespect.
No. I love that. Like when you're really confident on the team. So tell me, who do you think will be the greatest challenge on our Auto Cup versus Verdant?
Probably Ruddy, I assume. Hopefully we get to see them in the final. That'll be a nice game.
So it's not even Venom Crest, it's not even RGM, it's Ruddy.
I think Ruddy, yeah. I'm rooting for Ruddy. I want them to make the final, and we've played them.
If you had one big takeaway from this new composition of Verdant, like if you could introduce to me, imagine I walk up to you like, hey, how you doing? And you're like, yeah, I have a new roommate. What's his name? Verdant. How's he like? How's Verdant? Who's Verdant?
A very crazy person, I think. Very crazy. That's just it. We're just crazy. Yeah.
Best roommate ever, I see. If you had to pick someone outside of you, like it can't be you, who would you MVP for this series?
I think, without question, Prime. He was doing some crazy stuff to the enemy top lane of this series. It's crazy, especially the last game in the base.
Yeah.
He was just hopping everyone, one-shotting everyone. Like it was so funny.
There was a gap, you might say. There
A
was
little
gap.
bit, yeah.
No offense, obviously. No offense. Hey, FGG, thank you so much. I hope to see you again on the interview. Best of luck. And I'm really happy to see you again, man. I really like watching you play. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Bye.
He said it. Not me. He said it. He said it. Prime.
Never. You didn't put the words in his mouth.
Yeah. It's
I think
FGG,
also
my
like just on that point though as well, like I will say like just in case Menikane is watching though, like as in like we got to remember this is like fresh rookie year, right? You know what I mean? So like there's a whole load of growth, right? And I feel like there is a lot that they can show and they can improve. So I actually am very much looking forward to seeing what they do as the years goes on, they get more practice. So that's all I'm saying towards them.
So what would we say? What would we say? It's the best takeaway from this game, like from this series, from Verdant versus DMG.
So Verdant, you know, they look like a solid team. They look like a team that can throw hands and are willing to do so. I think the thing that Game 4 showed us above all else is that they will actually push a lead. Like, they just ended that game just by forcing the Camille into every single fight. So they have that respect for what they can and can't do. And that's something that, looking forward, teams are going to have to think about is, okay, well, they've now got this insanely talented top laner who we need to be able to answer, whether that's with just stonewalling or whether that's with actually trying to throw hands back and see what sort of response you get from there. You have to wait and see. And then they've also got this AD carry who is genuinely very mechanically talented. Just forgets a couple of fundamentals every now and then and can lead him into... Which again, maybe forgets is the wrong word. I have to, you know, bite my tongue a little bit, because if he's saving Flash for another play that's going to make it look even better, then, you know, there's always that argument. But he does get caught, does die relatively frequently. Those are absolutes.
Yeah, I think for me the takeaway is what we discussed, Archer. And if you want to say it, you can say it. You know, it was your line. You know,
the 3-1.
No. About the they like to play a dangerous game. You know, they like it. It's okay. So what Artrum said in the green room was like they like to light the fire, but then they like to dance around it. You know, they very much don't stay far away from danger. They like to play it on the edge, which, you know what, makes a very exciting League of Legends. It makes a very high tempo League of Legends, but it also is running that risk of a better team on a better day could definitely start to pick them up, and they could start to get burned. So I do want to see a little bit more from Verdant. I'm really hopeful of this team because I think they look really, really strong, and I think they have a lot of potential. But are they going to start to get burned? That's what we have to find out.
As soon as we ended the timer, my analogy was completed, and I believe Verdant is a moth that now knows how to lit fire. That's a danger combo. That's a dangerous combo, because they're like attracted to light, but they know how to lit fire. So yeah, I think this is Verdant. They're extremely dangerous, but they might be a danger to themselves. But they move on to semifinals, and we got to give them praises. And let's look into the bracket to understand where we stand right now and what we have next in store for us. RGM versus Natus will be the match of tomorrow. And then we'll follow up with Ready versus LLS, and then Venom Crest versus BFG. And that is the one I was looking out for the most, but apparently Venom Crest is not that big of a menace, according to Verdant. I love those words.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's match obviously going to be relatively close. The way that the bracket is formed is so the 3-0 teams play the 3-2 teams from Swiss stage, and then you have this round of 3-1 teams going up against one another if possible. So the matchup tomorrow should theoretically be closer, just based off of how the results came through. So with RGM versus Natives, that's going to be one of the games again there. You're going to see a lot of familiar faces on both sides, where again, the expectation is that the games are a lot closer. The reality could very well differ.
And it's the underdog story, right? I think RGM, they're going to have a lot of people on their side because they're the team that shouldn't really be here if we were just looking at seeding, right? But they've made it. They've put their hand in the fire. Can they keep it there? Will they get burned? We'll have to find out. I don't know why we're talking about fire so much, but
fire. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing if RGM can really make a stamp on the NLC in the Aurora Cup.
Final words of the day.
Well done to Verdant. Commiserations to DMG. I think DMG looked solid, though. There was a lot of good takeaways for them.
Yeah.
Verdant are going to go far. I have the right predictions. I'll keep you guys posted on Twitter for later games.
Yeah. If only you could stand behind your predictions.
Yeah.
Social
a bit of backbone,
is a thing.
Okay, that's the final word of the day. Don't get baited by your friends. Stick to your own thought process. That's what we're going with.
Now we're talking, but also join us tomorrow at the same time. We'll be live every Tuesday and Wednesday as we go across Aurora Cup. This is for you, because without you, it's not even fun. Keep playing, keep climbing, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a lovely one.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go